Hang on, my mic is not on. I've been going on an entirely entertaining spiel while no one has been listening. But finally, I think I have accomplished movement without lag. Maybe. We'll see what Twitch says. It says I'm unstable, which sounds about right. Yep. Might go back and forth a bit as I adjust settings and get everything under control. I have no idea if anybody is still here. Maybe that delay has set off everyone and they've left for good. In which case, I'm very sorry. And I don't really know what I'm doing. And I'm gonna play the noob card for as long as possible. Yes, but I think people are still here. If I just stay below forever, then I don't need to ever disappoint anyone, and I can just live below the screen like a little goblin for the rest of my life. But thank you for those who came. Are you hearing me alright? Is it clear enough? Is the music too loud? Are we delayed again? Yes, the music is no music is being heard. Oh no. It's just the sounds of my voice. Yes, let's turn up the music a little bit. And make this, it's jazz. It's very sensual. If you consider me ASMR, I'm very sorry that this is your ASMR. I think we just got a follow, but I have put up the big screen so I can't see the follow. Can you tell? I'm really bad at this. I should have asked my single VTuber friend for help, but no, I was too shy. So this is the consequence of my own actions. But thank you so much for those who are here for the beginning of the stream. This is going to be my debut into the VTubing world. I know nothing about the VTubing world, but it looked fun, so I decided to join it anyway. And we'll see how it goes, and we see how long before my own inner demons make me stop. But anyway, let me see if I can get a clearer signal on this. Yes. Hello. This is me at the bottom of the screen. And I should set expectations by saying I don't have a lot of money. I am not that good at rigging. In fact, I didn't rig this. This model was created by Kana Illustrations, who I realize I have nowhere to credit right now. But I'll credit her in chat. I'll put her name in chat. This model was made by Kana Illustrations. I know you can't see it now. I don't want to spoil the surprise just yet. But she is incredibly talented, and she gave in to all of my pushy demands for what I wanted out of this model. So, ta-da! Hello! This is me. This is Tene, for the first time ever on the screen. And I'm gonna be a narcissist and say I really like the way I look. And I like how she did everything on this model. And blink. This is my first time VTubing, so everything is amazing to me. The way it moves, the way it blinks. And if you see any weird movements, it's not on her, it's on me. Because I don't know how to set up models correctly. Hi, Mr. Fancy Pants. Been a long time since I've seen you. So, since this is my debut and I get to decide what happens here, I'm just gonna go straight into what is essentially my VTuber backstory and lore for the few people that are here to look through it. And you can tell me whether you think it's believable. Ta-da! Yeah, let's get rid of that. And I'm going to sink down to the bottom because I didn't think this layout through at all. So, my name is Tene. You can call me 10. You can call me 9. You can call me 7. But not 6. And I don't know what year it is where I am, because I'm living in what you call the post-apocalyptic state, or the apocalypse. Maybe it's still happening. I don't know. I'm old. That's all you need to know. I am old. And I am about 150 centimeters tall. Does that include the horns? You decide. So, what I do is just, oops, I'm just surviving. I'm surviving and I've gone off screen and I can't get myself back. So I guess this ends the stream. Hang on. How do I bring myself back on stream? I don't know, I've disappeared. But at least you can see the full text. We'll just say that this is how it's meant to be. So, my job is to just scavenge around in the apocalypse. And I just find interesting things with my friends. Will you ever meet my friends? Probably not, because I don't have enough money to fund their models. Hang on, I'm just gonna bring myself back. I have no idea how to bring myself back on screen. Uh-oh, this is bad. Hello again. This is an awesome VTuber stream, isn't it? This is an awesome debut. Nothing has gone wrong. Everything is going exactly to plan. I'm not freaking out right now. No, everything is great. Everything's fine. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. So this is my lore. Basically, so I'm in the apocalypse. It's my story. I scavenge for stuff. I scavenge for a lot of games. And I found you guys in this little box that connects me to everyone that is not in the apocalypse and some people that are in the apocalypse. And all I want to do is draw art and tell stories. And I will not be playing games, because if I played games, it'd be horrendously boring. All I do is sit there silently staring at the screen, all wide-eyed, and I say nothing. I say absolutely nothing when I play games. And all you have to do is sit there and stare at my face and some very mediocre gameplay. So I will not be. Hebe has asked, is there BL in the apocalypse? And I have to say, that's for you to find out. And for those who don't know what BL is, don't Google it, please. I don't want to be the cause of somebody's awakening on the first stream, on the first debut. Please don't Google it if you don't know what it means. Please. I'm not weird, I swear. I have a lot of filler words in here. I should have planned this out better. I did not plan this out at all. Anyhow, there's some things I learned about VTubing as I was looking into everything. So there's stuff like Oishimax, is how I think it's pronounced, where you can put little emojis next to your name or online, and they're meant to represent a VTuber. So I'm going to steal the star and the green heart before anybody else does. And if you want to talk about me online, you can just put those 2 little emojis to support me. No, Hebe, stop. Oh, Boba, stop in the chat. I can't be known as a BL tuber this early on. I can't be known as a BL tuber this early on. It's too early. I haven't done an impression of the audience yet. They don't have an impression of me yet. Speaking of audience, I don't know if it's too early to say this. Having stuff like fan names. But I chose 10 stars because it sounds cute. And you're all my stars. Yeah. And art is 10A art, and over here's my birthday, if you ever want to celebrate it. If I last that long. It's still far, far away. But this is all my lore. And this is going to go up in a very chopped up video, minusing all of the fillers and all of the terrible things that have happened today. That is into a comprehensible video on YouTube at some point. I did not think the debut stream would go this way. Oh. I had higher hopes. They were low hopes. But they were still hopes. Yes. And Boba is my very good friend in chat. Anyway. Yeah. That's all I really have for my debut. I don't have much. I'm still learning the ropes. So I guess I'm just gonna show off my VTuber model now. And yeah. Don't ask me how to push this correctly. I don't know how to do anything correctly. Yes, I am the scuffed VTuber who has never touched VTubing a day in their life, but foolishly thought that they could do it and that they could do it well. This is me, all scuffed up, all in the apocalypse. Don't ask me why the background doesn't move. It's because we can't afford it. We are very poor in the apocalypse right now. And this is my model, or this is me. And if I were a loot tuber, you would be able to see my feet right now. But you can't. Mainly because I also could not afford feet. No, Baba, stop. I'm not a loot tuber. What part of me is loot? I don't have big personalities over here. I only have a singular, somewhat mediocre personality and the lack of a mouse to rotate my model. Oh yeah, there are plenty of loot tubers in the apocalypse, and I'll probably introduce you to some of them that I know of later on. Because this isn't just going to be a debut stream, as horribly as it's done, but it's also gonna be a bit of a model review stream. So I'm actually going to review some of the VTuber models that people have sent me or that I know about. Yeah. Oops. Let me just adjust some settings. Let me see if I can zoom myself back in. Which might involve plugging my mouse back in and unplugging the mic for a second. I don't have enough ports on this computer. All the ports are being filled by other things right now. Thank you, Mr. Fancy Pants. Again, this model is by Kana, and she is amazing. probably do the VTuber song. I don't know if you know that one. There's an introduction song for VTubers. And there's a part where you have to do an impression of something. I've seen people do things, mostly Pokemon. From like Wobbuffet to I think Chansey. I'm very bad at impressions, but I think I can do a Pikachu. I think. I probably can't. And I'm kind of afraid to do it online. But I promised myself that I would try to step out more of my comfort zone here. So prepare your ears for cringe as I try to do a Pikachu impression. Pika! No, I stopped myself halfway. I died halfway. The chat doesn't know what's going on. Boba doesn't know what's going on. It's a very niche. There's a VTuber song where you introduce yourself through song. And I have been hyping myself up to do it. And I don't think I'll be able to do it. No! Boba, leave the chat. No. Stop it. I don't have mods to ban you. But I judge you. Oh yeah, this is also a good time to show off some of the things that my face can do. So I can be slightly irritated. I can be concerned looking. And I can be very irritated. Sort of a go away expression. And this one is my favorite. And I can also take off my hood and mask. But I'm not going to do that today. Yeah. So let's see. I know this is very disjointed. Did I plan this stream? The sad thing is I actually did plan it. And nothing has gone to plan. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting me. And I promise at some point it will get better. Or worse. Either way, maybe going to an extreme is the right call at this point. But today I'm going to review some VTuber models. Because I think that's interesting. And I had some people submit their VTuber models to me as well. So that we can talk about them and go about saying what I like about them. And to do this, I'm actually gonna spin a wheel of numbers. And we'll see what number comes up. Whee! So it's number 22. The age that most people wish they could have stayed at. So let's just remove that. And I'm gonna go look at number 22. Oops. In the folder. Hang on. We're gonna get through this together. Yep. This is number 22. So the first VTuber is Blue Blob. Nah, I'm just kidding. Let's see who is hiding behind number 22. Oops. Oh, I wanted to talk about this one. I really wanted to talk about him. I don't have a drum roll. We couldn't afford a drum roll in the post-apocalyptics. We're living off rations. But yes, I really wanted to talk about this VTuber. It's so pretty. So this is Necronival. He just debuted about 11 months ago. And look how pretty his design is. And yes, he is a boy. He's a boy, but he's a very pretty boy. And let's see if I can zoom in a little bit more on his model so we can talk about it. Oops. Uh-oh. Fire alpaca, you were the chosen one. Yeah. So he's a bunny VTuber. And by the way, I should say that I don't know much about these VTubers. I just really like their designs. And I wanted to talk about them. And if you're interested in following any of these VTubers, please do your own research to see if you like them and you like the kind of work that they do. I tried to weed out any form of controversy, but I don't really know what goes on in the VTubing world. I'm still not caught up. I only just got this box and I only just got into figuring out what everyone's about. But as far as I know, Necronival has only debuted about 11 months ago, and the stream is so professional. It's honestly amazing, and I should start talking about the model instead of just saying that it's amazing over and over again. But he is basically a zombie bunny. And one of the things I really like in this model is all of the different pastels. You have pink, you have pink, you have the blues, you have the whites and the purples, but it's all contrasted by this darker shade of blue that stands out amongst everything. You can really see it, especially in the socks and in the tail even. So it gives his model a lot of depth, I would say. And it's very cotton candy pastel gore, if that makes sense. And I don't know if he did, I don't think he did his own model. He has shouted out his artists and they're amazing. But the one thing I love the most is his eyes. He has really pretty eyes. And you should go and see him. And I'm sorry that this is advertising for other people, but I only know how to advertise for other people. He's got these jelly eyes that don't have motion now because this is a PNG, but they move and they bob like jelly and they sparkle. And his model is all about contrast, really. It's a contrast of the cute and the gory. So what do I mean by that? Is you can see it in his outfit that, and in his entire concept, being a zombie bunny, that he has elements of gore, whoops, and elements of being cute. Oh no, fire alpaca. Don't die. Don't die, my cute little alpaca. I promise I'll get faster. I'm just getting the handle of this now. So in this model, he has things like the hearts. Oops. Why does snap keep turning on? What's going on? Be good to me, fire alpaca. You're all I have. Yeah. Okay. So in this model, you can see there are things like the bunny ears, the heart, all the cute bows. Even the stockings are really cute. But all of them are always coupled with something a little bit gory, like the eyeball, the eyes in the bow. Even the heart has a skeletal ribcage inside it, and the tail is made of bone. So I think his model does a really excellent job of contrasting this fine line of cute ugly. Not to say that he's ugly, but he talked myself into a corner. He's just great. I'm gonna say that for every model. They're just great. And he seems really funny. And I've only watched a few clips of him. But the way his model moves is also amazing. I wish my model was able to have that range of motion that he has. And yeah, you can see elements of the circus in his model also. He's a carnival. So things like the ruffles, the large sleeves, even the stockings are something that I think a lot of carnival-esque designs are implementing it nowadays. The only thing probably contrasting that is the shoes. The shoes aren't very made for movement, I would say, but whose are? Yes. So Necronival, amazing design, a lot of contrast, and a lot of towing the line between cute and ugly is all I have to say about it right now. I promise I'll get better. I just need to think through my words a bit more. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put him away for now. But if you like his design and you also like things that are a bit crazy and a bit out there, which is also in his design, then you should go and check him out. I'm gonna put him away for the time being. And we're gonna go back to our wheel and figure out who's our next round of looks. Yay! I should have more fanfare. Maybe one day I'll afford drums. Let's look at number 7. And number 7 is... I don't know yet. Let's erase this pink blob. Oop. Got a mouth. A partially cut off head. Now, some of the VTubers I have watched a little bit in preparation of the stream. Oh, did the music stop? Because YouTube is asking, do you want to continue watching? So this is Mary Yumi. She has a lot of videos talking about how to be a VTuber, and maybe some of you who eventually watch this on YouTube might know her and have seen her videos. And she has 2 different designs, but I decided to pick this one because it's the one that I've seen the most of. And in her design, it's really simple really. It's just a typical cat girl VTuber, but it's done really, really well. Again, what can I say? The colors are really pretty. And these are my 2 favorite colors to contrast with. It's black and pink. No relation to Blackpink. So in her design, and I'm seeing all of these for the first time. I put them together, but I'm critiquing them for the first time and talking about what I like about them for the first time. And oh, I completely forgot. I'm ranking these. Yes, so before we talk about Mary Yumi, let's go back to number 22, Necronival, and where I would rank his model. Let's get rid of all these. have this. Not very well done. Oops. So I would say that Necronival ranks in my horrible bias because he looks really good, and I'm a sucker for pastel cute ugly zombie bunnies. And I've watched him a little bit, so there is an incredible amount of bias that's happening over there. Oops. Don't worry, I'll keep it neat. Oh. Yep. Don't lag out on me. Why? My fire alpaca. My alpaca's run away. I've lost my alpaca, but it is lagging. This is the Murphy's Law of stream. Everything goes wrong before it goes right. There's a chance you go viral for how horrible everything is, but the chance, I think, is more likely we end up on a cringe platform. Okay. And we're back. So Mariumi is a VTuber that does a lot of tutorials. She also does her own streaming and her own gaming. I've seen a bit of her, not a lot, but her model is really simple but really effective in the choice of colors. So you have your pinks. Oops. Yeah, you have your pinks and you have your blacks all dotted throughout the design, and it keeps really consistent. Some VTuber models that I've seen, sometimes they stop the color scheme from continuing throughout the entire design. So you would see things like pink and black in the upper half, and then below you completely lose that color scheme completely and it's no longer there. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that can make a very interesting design, but sometimes it loses a bit of its cohesiveness for me, because you have a theme and you should run the whole way through that theme. And for Mariumi, she does it really well, because you see pink and black in the hair above, which is one of the areas that is really hard to get the color scheme into because of the hair color. And then you see it all the way from her shirt all the way down to her shoes, where there's a little bit of white in her shoes, but the pink and black motifs still stay quite heavily throughout. So her theme is pink and black, which is very typical for this sort of simple YouTubers. And thank you, Boba. Thank you so much in the chat for supporting me despite everything. Yes. Anyway, where were we before I got waylaid by the support of the people I really care about? Right. So pink and black, I always call them the edgy and the cute color, because they contrast each other in that way. You're showing something is cute by having pink, but you're also showing something is a little bit edgy and a little bit dangerous by having black contrasted against the pink in the design. If you wanted something to be completely innocent looking, you would have it such that they only have perhaps pastel colors like pink and white, blue. Not to say that you can't have someone have very pretty pink colors and very pretty light colors and be evil, but that would be a hidden sort of design. This sort of thing would be the hidden villain. You don't want people to know you're evil. So that's why you stick with the really pretty pastel colors. But in the case of Maruyumi, I think there is a little bit of an edge that she shows through not only in the colors, but you can actually see it in things like the different garters that she has on. The fact that the shirt is not completely straight and has all these belts hanging off here and the collar, which is typical for a cat, but tells me that the character, there's something about the character that is a little bit edgy and a little bit dangerous and maybe even a little bit sassy or cutting edge, which she is a little bit, which is contrasted again by all of these softer shapes like the pink bows and the pink heart sunglasses. This character is sweet, but there's a little bit of a danger to them is what I think they're going for. And just a little cute accessory on her pouch in the form of a little cat head, which contrasts really nicely with the rest of her design. You can see that it's calico colored, so it really sticks out against the blacks and the dark pinks. And her eyes are also really pretty. I like to focus a lot on the eyes when talking about different designs. And I think we are slowly getting better at talking about these designs. And let me know if ever the mic is too soft or the music is too loud. Yeah. So just to summarize, it's a very sweet design, filled with a little bit of edge in everything. Very simplistic too. You notice that there's only ever 2 to 3 different tones of colors in terms of the blacks and the pinks and a little bit of white where her shoes are. And I think she did this on purpose, or the artist did this on purpose, so that the feet would the feet would stand out from the rest of the model. Not saying that she's advertising her feet, but yeah, it contrasts it so you can actually see the shoes more. If this entire thing was all black, then you probably lose a bit of the detailing in the shoes. Which she's wearing sneakers just like me. But very pretty model. I haven't even talked about the cat ears and the cat features. She's kept it very, very simple looking, so that they don't obscure anything. They just convey the idea that, yep, she's a cat girl, without having to overemphasize. And I like simple models. I think nowadays people add on too many things, or they get too bogged down by the idea of having accessories, which I understand. Accessories are really nice. I want to have accessories someday, and there's some couple of models in here with a lot of accessories that look really, really pretty, and we'll talk about them in due time. But you have to appreciate when somebody just goes for a more simplistic model, without all the frills and whistles. You can look nice in that way. Okay. That's all I really got to say for her model, is that it's simple. Mind my terrible handwriting. Yeah. It's simple, it's good, it's sweet, and she has been a really big help in setting things up like Vtuber Studio and figuring out how to do VTubing. And she's on YouTube, and I think she's on Twitch. And if you need help setting up a VTuber model, go to Maruyumi. She's really great. And we're gonna rank her, of course. It's all my own bias ranking. Oops. Say hi, Maruyumi. You're on the big screen. So I would say she's in the middle, because I don't like her as much as I like Necronival. Forgotten the name already. Necronival. Because I'm horribly biased towards pastels and zombies and pretty pink boys. But her design is really cute and simple. I'm not completely jealous of it. I am. I should say I'm going to be jealous of all the models here today. But if I met her in the room, I could refrain from letting my jealousy take over her model. But it's still really good. That's what you're gonna hear today for everything. I'm gonna look at every single thing and I'm just gonna say, it looks pretty. I wish I had that model. I want that model. And it's gonna be very boring because that's what I'm gonna talk about for the next hour probably, with more tech issues that happen. But yeah. Alright, let's go on to the next model. And to do that, we're gonna do back to the wheel. I should put fanfare. I don't know how to do fanfare. Da 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 da. That enough? And we are going on to number 10. Yay! And just before that, let me just check on chat, because I have OBS open so I can't see what's happening in chat now. Oops, too many tabs. Yeah, bye bye Boba. Thanks so much for dropping by, and thank you so much for all the love that you give. You have been always a big supporter of me. I think you're gone now. I'm speaking to the void, but thank you sincerely. You are amazing. Okay. Yes, they are my sparkly eyes. I should say they move as well. That's the only time I'm ever gonna say it. And the rest of the time, you will have to acknowledge it yourself, that my eyes move. Alright, let's go to number 10. So... oops. We're gonna say goodbye to Mary Yumi. Thank you so much for being here. And let's go on to number 10. Which... ooh! I have no memory of doing any of these. So we're gonna find out what they are together. So this is my eraser. We have cat ears. And ooh, long hair, which is the same on the other side. Cause a very nice pair of legs. And let's just go all in and find out who this is. So this is one of the submissions I got when I put out a call asking for PT people to look at. And this is Maria, I don't know if I'm gonna say this correctly, Maria Nebulae. Yep. And she has an awesome model. I don't know if she's debuted yet. She might have. She's one of the people that submitted it in for me to look over and horribly analyze with my limited art skills. But look at her model. Oops, too close. It's just an overview of what we have. If it wouldn't lag. Oops. Yeah, sorry for how laggy Fire Alpaca is being. I don't think he likes being on stream. My alpaca is very, very shy. Even shyer than me. So... this is what I was talking about earlier when it comes to things like contrast. And this is gonna be the first time I'm gonna be just a little bit critical, wherein you see things like the pink streak here, the blue streak here. You see things in her hair like pink and blue, okay? Obviously, pink and blue is the color scheme that Maria is going for. And it's really well done on top, actually. If you look at it, you sort of see that where she has pink and blue, she always has either something blue cutting up the pink or something pink that cuts up into the blue, especially the hair streak here. And I love that because pink and blue are pretty colors. They're very nice. You can even see it over here, which helps bring the contrast into the center of her body a bit, where there's these pink and blue gems, I would say. And not the problem, but what I wish would happen is that she had brought the pink and the blue down into her model. And again, it's a very pretty model. She's done an amazing job looking at it. But I do wish that maybe the ribbons had kept the theming of the pink and blue and she had brought it all the way down. Just to keep the theme that she has on this outside area. And then you have all the pinks and the whites in the middle. But still very cool. I really like the way that her silhouette is framed by these ribbons. They come down and they make her silhouette look more unique rather than just having the legs alone. And I couldn't really tell if she's meant to be a bit robotic, because I think this is a joint in the leg area. So, robot? I don't know. Because her legs do look a little bit segmented. Like they are meant to be two different parts of a machine put together. And maybe that's what she's going for, maybe not. But I do enjoy the duality of the bare leg and having one leg that is clothed up. I always enjoy having a dual style. So you can see that these two contrast against each other. So just stepping back and looking at the entire model without my scribbles on it, you can clearly see that what she was going for was, as I said before, when you want things to be cute and pretty and innocent looking, you go for very light colors like light blue, light pink, white. And you clearly see that here, but you still also see the contrast of the black, which I think is quite popular in VTubing models nowadays. That they always contrast this sort of cutesy pink pastel tone with darker and edgier blacks. And it's just a very nice color scheme in general. It gives the model a lot of depth and a lot of contrast. You would not see, for example, the whites of her apron as clearly if you didn't have the black skirt framing it as a backdrop. But you can see it is used intentionally. It's just not a nice color scheme. She has used it to showcase off besides what I think, and I'm gonna start using text for this because my handwriting is really bad. Oop, no, Fire Alpaca has refused that. Is it seen? Yes. Oh. Needs me to enter. I've entered. So she has a really sweet and cute theme, but because of all the blacks that you see everywhere, okay, I'm gonna bring this window up. It's easier for me. Give me a moment while I rejig everything again. So these blacks aren't just used to give the model break up the shapes in the model, but you can actually see that she has things like these belts on her model. Hang on. So Fire Alpaca is not working with me today. Doesn't want to work with me today at all. I haven't been feeding my alpaca properly, so sometimes it just runs off and does its own thing. And you might think that this is Fire Alpaca, the popular drawing platform, drawing software that a lot of people use. No, I live in the apocalypse. So what it is, it's the monitor I found being powered by an alpaca on fire. I should say he enjoys being on fire because it's very cold out here. It never hurts his skin. It's just a very light fire. But sometimes he gets spoiled and he runs off and my computer lags because he's not there to run it anymore. So yes, that is my fire alpaca joke. Anyhow. Oh, I got a follow. I can't see this. I can't see it because I've put it on small screen. Oh, hi Bunnelby. Bunnelby, is that how you say it? I don't know who you are, but welcome to the stream. I'm just talking about different VTuber models. I don't know if this one's yours. Maria, is that you? Maybe, maybe not. But thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Now, where was I? Yes. So things like the garter belt design. You can even see it in things like her pouch, which I believe contains this picture isn't very clear, but it looks like it might have knives, or maybe this is just the design of the bag itself, which gives it a bit of a sharpness to it. There's something dangerous kept in that bag. And again, you see things like the popular garters holding something, maybe a taser, maybe a knife, I don't know. Something dangerous looking. You can see a little bit of it in her glove. She's wearing gloves on one of her hands, which is typically something people would do when they don't want to leave fingerprints everywhere. So my question is, why don't you want to leave your fingerprints somewhere? Why do you have to hide? And even in things like the white area, you see this casual apron being sort of ripped. Maybe it's on purpose, maybe it's accidental. Maybe her outfit gives the sense of like a maid, a bit of a maid uniform. So why is the maid uniform getting ripped on the apron? What's happening in the kitchen? Yeah. So all these sort of sharper edges as well. Oops, is it lagging? My pack has run off again. Come back. Yes, get back. So all of these sharper edges as well, especially in the shoe area, where you see how pointed the feet are. I promise I'm not focusing on the feet just to focus on the feet. There is a reason. But yes, all of these sharp points in her design, which some you don't even see, like this back end here, this triangle piece that ends in a sharp curve. Even the way her hair falls, and it doesn't curve in, it ends in a sharp point as well, which contrasts against this really curvy braid and all the curves that you have in the face. And even the ears are not a sharp point, they end in sort of small curves. They show that yes, she's really sweet and round on the top area. Keep your minds out of the gutter, people. Yes, she's really sweet. It's really round shaped language. It has all the pastel theme colors, and I'm gonna actually make this easier by typing down what I see. Oops. No. Oops. Uh-oh. It says not responding. Let's reduce the line width on that so it's not so far apart. Too small? Too small for chat. Just nice for chat. Okay, sharp edges, round edges. What else were there? So the pastels give off a very sweet look. Sweet and cute. And the sharp edges signal that there's something a bit edgy something edgy, something dangerous. Whereas all the round stuff is always friendship, right? It's innocence. It's showing somebody who you probably would be friends with. And what else is there in her? It's the maid design. She has a bit of a maid design going on with like the puffy sleeves out here. Yeah, I'm just gonna move this up here so it doesn't cut her model. I'm gonna delete that because that's a bad font placement. So yeah, you can see the maid design in things like her puffy sleeves. The skirt is flared out in, I guess, the stereotypical sort of maid way. And then you also have the bow at the back, which doesn't necessarily give off maid, but with how prim and proper and white and black the middle part of her design is, it does give off a bit of a maid vibe, which I think is quite a popular design choice for people nowadays. People like to wear maid clothing. We don't judge them for it. And one more thing I like to talk about is her jelly sleeves. Look at her jelly sleeves. Oops. Uh-oh. That's what we get. The jelly sleeves are cute. They keep in mind it's going with the rest of design. It's a light pink. And it sort of follows the middle design where everything is a light pink and a light pastel with a bit of like white symbology in there. Can't really see what it is. And I don't think there's any significance to the jellied sleeves. I just think they look really, really nice. Maybe they mean something. I would love to hear from Maria if the jellied sleeves do mean something, and maybe they're really important. And maybe there's a story she has to tell about what she's gone through. Yes. Oh, one more thing we also talked about earlier that I should put up here is the robot aesthetic. Robot? Question mark? Because her legs do look really robotic, and I'm sorry if they're not meant to be robot legs, but just where the placement of the joint is and how it separates the leg makes it look like a robot. And based on all of this, I'm gonna make a guess and say that you are a robot maid assassin, and you lure people in by being really nice, and then you kill your targets by means of robotic annihilation. That's what I'm going to say. If you disagree with me in the chat, please tell me in the chat. I really like reading chat messages. And this was really fun looking into Maria's design. And again, really, really cute design. Really sweet. Time to rank it based on my biased opinion. So where does Maria rank in terms of design? As I said before, I'm a sucker for pastel shapes, pastel colors. And I really love the contrast of all the soft and round shapes, soft and sharp shapes. I think her story is really interesting. I want to figure out more about whether she's a robot. Did I get it right with the maid? I forgot to mention entirely that she's a cat with the cat ears, which is maybe as a feedback they could be a bit more obvious. Where would I put you? I don't think I'm horribly biased because I still want more of the color to come down, in my opinion. But I am extremely jealous of how you look and how pretty you are. And again, all of them are pretty. This is my own biased opinion about which one I think is maybe more to my taste. Alright, that is Maria. I think we're getting better at this. Maybe not. But let's see who I do next in the wheel of numbers. And it's going to be number 18. So let's look at number 18. We're gonna say bye-bye to Maria Nebula. I think she's a new VTuber, so please check her out as well. It's on the box that is the internet that I have. And it's number 18. Let's see. Number 18. Let's see who this is. Oops. Let's make it bigger. Oh, this one's a square picture. This one's a big picture. Does anyone recognize the shoes? Okay, I've given it away because I've erased through the name. But yeah, this is... I wanna say Giga? Giga? When I first saw this name, I pronounced it as Ge, which is like big brother in Chinese. It's not. I think it's Giga. And she's one of the VTubers I saw that also had a really pretty design. So I really wanted to talk about it and just say what I like about it and what makes it so pretty. This is a hairs down version. Oh, do you recognize her, Mr. Fancy Pants? Do you want to advertise a bit for Giga and what she does? I've seen her clips on YouTube a little bit, but I don't really know what she does. I saw one of her advice videos about being a VTuber. But I guess this is what you would call mommy aesthetic? Yeah. And again, really pretty. Like, I could just stare at it all day, sort of pretty. But I do like her hair up design a bit better. I couldn't find her hair up design, but I've seen her hair up design in her videos. So I'm going to zoom up and never zoom in because I want to appreciate her singular personality and the design of her outfit. Oh yeah, that's Mr. Fancy Pants in the chat. So Giga does a lot of RP content and variety content, which I think is great. I always love people who like to tell stories too. So I think we've already been a bit spoiled on the name. That is, Mr. Fancy Pants said it's General Giga, which makes sense with her design. It's very imposing. You can see it not just in the overall design, but also the stance of her character. I mean, are you not intimidated? Are you not ready to submit to the Great General? Let's switch to a better color for the Great General. So it's obviously not how generals would dress in actual war, but that's because a lot of people in the VTube space can be as pretty as they want to be and still be really powerful. We are going by rule of cool. But you do still see elements of it that play into what is essentially a general or militaristic design, especially in things like the armor. Okay, the armor on her legs, her singular arm. I think you call that a paladrin. That might be the shoulders. And of course, the little bit on her shoulders and her arm area. And I think this is another one that's on her neck. We zoom in a little bit. No, sorry, that's just a collar. Yeah. So we're going to bring up our text file again. So off the bat, I think I'm gonna try and do this format for the rest of them, is that it's a general vibe. It's a general militaristic vibe. Okay, very cool colors. I mean that as in it's all blues and blacks and grays, and there's a little bit of red in there that's really cleverly done. So there's some highlighted elements in red, and it's interesting because you do have a lot of sharp edges in the design. Oops. But they come at the end of very, I won't say soft. It's not the same as Maria's design where she had a lot of round shape language and a lot of sharp shape language. Yes, there is round shape language on her. No, I will not be talking about her round shape languages. But she has a lot of flow in her design. There's a lot of flowing movement in her design. And I think it actually makes her look very regal overall. And what else is there? I'm just looking through and thinking about this design. I mean, of course, it's a sexy design. You can't deny that it is sexy. If we look back at the previous ones that we were looking at, they were more cute and pretty. And they were sexy in their own way. But this is definitely a more overt, sexy sort of dominant design. Somebody's gonna come in here and look at sexy dominant, and I'm going to get in trouble. So when I say sexy dominant, I mean it in an artistic sense. Okay, please don't get it twisted. Oh, we got another follower. I heard the follower sound. It's too small for me to see. I've done a horrible thing by making my screen too small on my other monitor, so I can't actually see who has done it. I'm gonna blow this up. And I'm so sorry to whoever followed just now. I don't know if I can see your name, but thank you. Oh wait, no, I can. There's an activity feed. I didn't know about this. Can you tell this is my first time on Twitch? It is. But Scorpion the Demon. Hi. I have your design in the roster here. It's one of the other people who has submitted their designs. We're randomizing through them now, but if you need to head off earlier and you want your design to be seen first, just let me know. I don't think I remember which number it's under, but I can look through and try and find you. But thank you so much for joining the stream. We're just in the middle of analyzing another YouTuber design. This is Giga. So Giga, I'm just gonna move this. And I'm sorry, I think I'm going to have to erase part of the picture for the words to be seen. Please don't be mad at me, General Giga. I am afraid of you. And I'm afraid of talking about how sexy and dominant you look. Okay. Yeah, sure, Scorpion. I hope you enjoy watching. So, as I was saying, these are the sort of the core traits that I see just from looking at the general design. So, let's go from top to bottom. You get the general aesthetic. You get the militaristic aesthetic from all of the armor that she's covered in. Again, it's not full armor. It's obviously very fantasy warrior inspired. You're not gonna get everything being covered up, or else you wouldn't be able to see the rest of a very pretty design. And it's interesting, I'd say, the placement of where the armor is. It makes me curious about what's the story behind it, if she has any reason why the armor placement is a bit, I guess, weird, but weird in a good way. So the legs, I mean, they're quite normal. They're symmetrical with one another. Yep. They're symmetrical with one another. But if you look at the top half, and I'm gonna try to zoom in conservatively, they sort of follow a bit of a zigzag pattern. Like there's a piece of armor on her arm, on her shoulder, then it goes down into her arm. So what I'm going to guess is that the arm that is armored is probably her dominant hand, and she's fighting, or she's doing something with the dominant hand in the military or as a general, which is why she only needs the armor on one arm, and she doesn't have to worry about the other arm ever being hurt. But oddly, there's still the I think it's called Paladron. Paladron. You can correct me if I'm wrong. On her shoulder area, which she lacks on this arm, which you think she would have, because if that's her dominant arm, wouldn't she want it fully protected from any sort of attack or strike? But maybe there's a reason in fighting. Maybe if she's leaning forward for other arm, then the shoulder armor is meant to protect her at the back. Or maybe it's going too much into trying to think about how she would fight in this sort of thing. But you have to think about these kinds of things when you are doing design work. I'm always a big fan of designs that are pretty to look at, but also practical. So things that make sense when they are put into design. Talking about the previous one, like Maria Nebulae, and how she had this sort of made aesthetic with the hidden belts and hidden pouches everywhere, which maybe lends into her being an assassin sort of person. And I might go back and redo some of the earlier designs since I'm talking about them in so much more detail now. So going back to her, aside from the militaristic element, she has a lot of cool colors. So you can see it in the blacks and the blues. It's a very cool blue, but it's also a very dark looking blue if you actually look at the color wheel over here. So it's not like the pastel blues that invoke cute, sweet, and nice energy. It's a more commanding color, and it's a bit ironic because you don't usually associate blue color with the military or with fighting, discipline, which I think is what she's actually invoking here. Let me gather my thoughts. The blue color here is dark. To me, it reminds me of something like a stormy sea. A stormy sea that a captain is sailing on. And she's a captain. She's taking control of this stormy sea in her design. She's taken this blue that is kind of dangerous looking, is trending towards black and gray, and she's using it on herself to show that she's the one in control. She's the captain of the sea. She's the one you should listen to when things are getting dangerous. And maybe that's just me thinking too much about it, but it's really cool to think about. I don't know if she has any ties to pirates or the ocean, but it'd be really fun if she did. Or maybe the sky, like stormy skies on the horizon, and she is the stormy sky. I mean, it makes sense with her hair color because it's white, right? So it's like the stormy sky and then the clouds above. And I mean, you can also see it's a lot of black as well. There's a lot of black in the design. And the interesting part about it is it's not a harsh contrast of colors. Previously, in the previous designs, especially in Necronival, you have a lot of colors that are solid. The blues are blues, the pinks are pinks, and the whites are whites. They don't really bleed into one another a lot. But with Giga, you can see that the blue bleeds all the way into this darker gray in both the loincloth that comes at the front and the cape at the back. You don't see it as much on the top area, but you can see things like this sheer black, this sort of lace that covers her. It's not a harsh black either. In fact, it almost serves as a gradient between the darker blue on her choker and the lighter blue on the rest of her uniform. So everything about her is gradient and flowing into one another, which brings me to the next point. Oops, did I delete the words? Let's see if we can get them back. Yes, they are the words. Yeah, her design has a lot of flowing patterns into sharper edges. So the colors, the blue goes down into the black, into what I think is a red. If I take this, yeah, you can see on the side where the color wheel is, it's actually a very dark purple that if you push it further will go into red, a sort of dangerous looking red. So it's really interesting that she has chosen to dress herself in colors that are flowing from this lighter, more slightly calming blue all the way down to a deeper, almost red, almost war-torn color. And you see it in her outfit as well. So if I just erase some of these lines so it's easier to see. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm getting so excited. I'm sort of hopping around the place, but there's so much about her design that is actually really, really clever if you look at it more deeply. So I was talking about how the light blue flowed into a darker sort of stormy blue, but now you see that the color gradient, it goes from this really this really light looking blue into this more darker, angrier sort of stormy blue, and then it slowly goes down a bit more. You can see maybe this is a bit of a lighting, it's a bit greenish to our eyes, and then finally it goes down into this very, very dark purple looking color. And if I'm going to guess based off of this, I'm gonna think of a general who on the surface is this very light blue color, is very calm even when things are dangerous. She is somebody who wouldn't panic over something, is where you get this calming blue from. But when it's time to get serious is when you start seeing the colors gradually push down into this more hot, still cool tone, but it's generally becoming more hot, because blue towards purple towards red is going from cool colors into warm colors. And it's not only that, it's going down in brightness. It's almost becoming more dominant, more aggressive in a way, but it's still cool colored because it hasn't pushed into that red yet. So she's still someone who keeps her cool in serious situations, but she becomes, I would say, more dangerous, or even more dominant in the militaristic sense. And you don't only see that in the colors, you also see it in the shapes and the I say texture. What do I mean by that is, if you look at the top of her, everything is sort of a bit smoother. It's not completely rounded, because if it was, then it would make her look too soft. So you can see there are some sharp angles here, but they're very clean lines. They don't break up a lot, they're not jagged, they're sharp. And then as it goes down, you see this flow, right? She has a lot of long flowing things on the bottom of her body. It sort of cascades down, it continues the smoothness, and then it ends in this jagged line down here. Even with her boots, you can sort of see how smooth it is up here, and when it ends here, the top of her shoe breaks out into this jagged looking line. And it's interesting because it tells you an entire story about the character. And I don't know Giga. I've seen her. I don't know what she's like. I don't know her story. I like to know her story. If somehow Giga ever watches this, please tell me if I got it right. Or those who are fans of her, I see Mr. Fancy Pants is pretty spot on. And Scorpion, yep, the color palette decisions are super satisfying, especially when you read down into it. It shows somebody, again, very calm on the surface, but when war happens, they're prepared for it. And if anything, I think you should be afraid of them when war does come. And this adds on with the fact that she is sexy and dominant. That sounds very weird, to be ready for war and also to be sexy and dominant looking, but I think it's like a show of confidence. So the areas where she sort of bared herself, and I think this makes a bit more sense now, because I was talking about how weird it was that she has these areas of her that are uncovered, and at first I thought that maybe it's just to look pretty, because she does look very pretty and it does look very nice on her. but I think it's like a general showing their weak spot and daring you to strike them at it, knowing that you can't. She doesn't have the armor there because she doesn't need the armor there. Those are the parts of her she knows she can keep away from being hit. And she's sort of daring the enemy to come and do something against her. And it is such an amazing story in her design. I really love it. There's some smaller things we could talk about also, like the regalness in her design. Blue, now that I think about it, royal blue exists. I'm not sure if it's as common a color amongst royalty, but royal blue definitely exists, so probably with the gold trim that she has in every part of her armor, and even over here there's sort of crest that's going on, probably speaks to the fact that she comes from royalty, or that she maybe is a very high ranking general, so there is a certain amount of sophistication to her, which again is just contrasted by all the sharp shapes at the bottom and how dark everything becomes, and how would you say aggressive it all becomes at the bottom. If you just looked at the bottom half of her design, you would think that it's somebody who is very militaristic, war ready to charge into battle, and then you get to the top and see that it's so much more calculated and controlled and cool. And we haven't even talked about her face. We haven't even talked about how pretty she looks in her face. And yes, she's pretty. She has elf ears, so maybe she's not human. I'm gonna speculate and say maybe she's the general of like the elves and she's fighting in a human elf war, or maybe it's only elves, or maybe she's defected to the human side. I don't know. I would love to know about her story, if she has any more lore. Aside from being really pretty, her eyes, I think, also play into the color dynamic between red and blue. They're showing the calm side of her and also this more aggressive side of her that can come through. I couldn't find her hair up design. Her hair up design is really pretty. It does give more of a general vibe where they've sort of gotten their hair tied up and they're ready to face the wall. But having her hair down also conveys a sense of wildness to her regal approach, because you can see how smooth it is from the outside, but the way it frames her face ends with a lot of sharp lines. This is too thick. Sorry, I've given her glasses. I can see how her hair sort of frays out and it's almost kind of wild looking. Sort of like, I'm really sorry, I've given her glasses and I've drawn on her face, but I promise this is all in the name of design analysis. I'm sorry, Giga. Yeah, I'm gonna erase it before she gets mad at me, if she ever sees this. But I could go on and on forever about this design, and I haven't even talked about how the elements in red are being highlighted here, which they are. You can see it in things like the crest here, and in the picture I've erased, there's something red on her palm, which maybe is a source of power for her. Maybe that's why she's so confident to have this gem on her palm. Oh, give me a moment. I need to plug in my camera, or else it's gonna die. And then this will just be a normal video without any Vtuber in it. Without any 10A in it. How are you gonna have a 10A video if you don't have a 10A inside? You can't. You just can't. It's charging. Yes, it is. And then it wants to see me. Yes. So I'm still here. Let me move myself up a little bit since I had to tilt the camera angle to fit charger. Yeah. Hello. Alright, I'm going to move on before I talk about Giga forever. And before we move on, I of course have to rank where her design is. Oops. So copy that. go to our chart, paste her. Oh, did I not copy her? I didn't. Gonna paste her and we're gonna shift her somewhere. I didn't use the template website because in case anyone wants to submit more designs that we can look at. Now, at first I wasn't really that much in love with her design. It was a pretty one, but I didn't think there was a lot to it. But after analyzing it and just how smart the entire shape language and color choices are and everything that's inside it, I think I'm horribly biased about it. It's just really good storytelling inside here. And a really pretty model. Let me shift this down a little. Yeah, let me bring the camera down a bit so I'm still here. Okay. Alright, let's move on to our next design. And what I think I'm going to do, because the start of this stream was such a weird cavalcade of things messing up, is I'm probably gonna go back and review the previous designs and try to give them as much analysis time as I have given Giga. And this will probably push it over to a 3-hour stream, but that's fine. Yeah, let's see who's next. And we have number 20. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to start up the music again because it has stopped. Because YouTube is crying out for help. I discovered YouTube in the apocalypse. It's fun. I haven't seen all the videos yet, but I'm sure at some point I will finish YouTube and move on to whatever comes next. So we had number 20. And we are going to say bye-bye to Miss Giga. Thank you so much for giving us so much to analyze. And number 20 is this one. So let's get rid of that. Let's see who our number 20 is. Okay, I've given away the face really early. Let's look at this fellow. Okay, so here we have, tell me if I'm pronouncing this right, if you know who this fellow is. It's Aragami Oga. Aragami Oga? I think that's correct. And I think he's one of the, I don't know if he's, I assume he's a Japanese speaking VTuber. I sort of just looked up the list of all the top VTubers and chose whatever looked fun to do. So that might be my fault, that's why I don't know any of them. Oops, let's adjust this. And let's clean him up a little bit more. So first things off the bat, let's look at the design, and I'm gonna think about it for a little bit before I put down my thoughts. The first time I'm ever analyzing them. So for him, there's definitely a serpent vibe going on, isn't there? There's a serpent vibe. There's definitely a sense of masculinity happening, if I can spell it correctly. Masculinity. I think there's a contrast between human and monster vibes. Definitely a very dark and closed off character. And weirdly, I kind of think he isn't that dangerous looking, if that makes sense. how would you say soft? There's something about him that's a little bit soft. I don't think he's as dangerous as you initially think he is, just looking at the design overall. So I'm just gonna put that down there. Those are my general thoughts, and let's go through them one by one and see if we can get more out of him like we did Giga. So the reason I say serpent vibes is, of course, things like his collar area. This have the pattern of snake scales, and even things like his tie. And I'm not sure, this arm thing that's hidden underneath here, it has very sort of serpent themed vibes, like poison, toxic, and the green up here. You don't really see it in the rest of the design. You see a little bit of his boots and his heels. Always support people who walk in heels. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. Even the flattest heel is painful. But yes, he has a very serpentine design. There's a lot of snake language in his shape language. I don't know if a snake is what he's going for, because I don't see many other snake elements in his design. A little bit in the eyes. If we zoom in, whoops, not on there. A little bit of like a serpentine eye going on here. So maybe there's snake blood in him. Maybe he has snake blood in him. If anybody watches him knows, you can let me know. Is this true? But interestingly, he has a horn. Which is, the last time I checked, I don't think snakes have horns. I think the horned lizard exists, but they don't have horns like that. So maybe it's like a demon snake. Maybe he's a demonic snake. And I like his horns. They're much bigger than my horns. But I like my horns. I'm gonna bring myself down so you can see my horns better. Yes. So yes, he has horns. What else is inhuman about him? I think that's it. There's not too much else that is inhuman about him. It's just this sort of snake language, this serpent, which gives off a very sneaky vibe. Oh yeah, foreign locust. The necktie, top tie kind of looks like fangs. Yeah. I see it now. This sort of thing up here. Let me get better color. Oops, sorry if my alpaca lags a little bit. There's only so many times I can use my alpaca as powering the monitor joke. So yeah, this thing sort of looks like fangs up here. That's a good catch. So I think it just adds on further to the fact that maybe he's going for, or maybe he is a snake demon vibe. Even these look like globules of poison, or like a snake fang coming in to strike you. So that's what I'm guessing he is a snake demon. But I don't think he's a dangerous snake demon, and I'll get to that in a moment. So there's serpentine vibes. He establishes in very subtle ways that he's not human. It's not over the top, right? It's not full on dragonborn, snake, scales everywhere. It's a very sort of restrained design where the areas of green are very small, and even things like the tie are very, very... If you don't look at it, you're not going to see it on first glance. It's a subtle serpent vibe. And then you have the horn, which is the thing that stands out the most, but it's not a snake. It's leaning more towards something demonic. I wonder whether he grew up with two horns and one got broken off, or maybe it's a case where it's like a curse and he only has one horn after being cursed, or something has happened where he's being cursed. I'm not really sure, but I think it'd be quite interesting to know the story behind his horn. And of course the story behind his eye, because he only has one eye now. And I think this lends into the contrast of the human and the monster vibes. He's not full monster, but he's also not full human. You see parts of him that are just regular old human, and only that's why the serpent vibes are so little on him. They're not meant to be anything big. Yeah, Scorpion Demon says maybe he's a half-blood of some sort. That could be the case. Maybe he's not completely human. And of course, there's a lot of masculinity radiating out through this. I mean, the open chest, the arms, the muscles, the way he's standing is more dominant, male, masculine. Not fully masculine, but there's definitely elements to show off that. How do I put this? The overall design that I get from this is somebody who is pretending to be dangerous, and it's not really as dangerous as they say they are. And I'll explain why I think that way. Because first glance, you're gonna look at this, you're gonna see blacks, you're gonna see greens, you're gonna see a horn, you're gonna see an eye patch over his eye, and it's gonna scream to you that this guy is dangerous. This guy is someone you should be scared of. But then when you look closer to the design, you realize that he doesn't have as many sharp edges as you think he would. A lot of things about him are actually quite rounded, I would say. So, of course, you have the horn that is sharp. I like the curve of his collar here, which also reminds me a bit of a cobra hood. It's very soft around this area, very curved around this area. And I think it's something you see in more flamboyant designs to have the collar popping out. Even the shoulder area seems more curved. I know there's a bit of a sharp point here, but compared to the sort of curves that are in his design, it's a bit lost. Even what I assume is his weapon is not a sharp weapon. It's very curved. His boots in comparison to Giga's earlier are a lot softer. They're not very jagged. So you see a lot of very soft, subtle curves in his design. And if we actually look at the character, I talked about how his weapon isn't very sharp, but he doesn't really seem to be carrying anything on him that is particularly dangerous looking. In fact, he's sort of almost like a gatherer because he has so many bags on him. Maybe he's got weapons in the bags, but I don't think he would typically carry weapons in the bags unless it was something like a smoke bomb or something a bit more technical or something a bit more support. So I don't think he is a fighter character. I don't think he is a character that would go all out guns blazing into a fight. And this actually kind of ties into the snake vibes, because a lot of people think that snakes are aggressive serpents that go out and just hunt people in the wild, but they're actually really shy. Most snakes are, and they don't really like to fight head on, and they're going to try to avoid biting you if possible. So maybe that's what he's giving, is that on the outside at first glance he looks like someone dangerous, but maybe he's more of a defensive fighter sort of person. I mean, you can even see it with this arm guard that's hidden underneath. There's two things about this. First, the arm guard is defensive, right? It is meant to protect you. It's not meant to bash or ram into anybody. The shoulder guard, I mean. It's not meant to bash or ram into anybody. Secondly, it's hidden under the rest of his clothing. He's not showing that he's outwardly defensive. If anything, it's on the inside that he is having this defensive armor placed on him. So he is not actively showing that he has a shield. It's just sort of hidden there as just like an in case anything happens, I have this protection underneath to ensure that I'm alright. Yeah, everything about him is actually really smooth looking with very, very blunt curves and edges. So maybe what is interesting about his design is maybe we misjudge him on first glance, because we look at him and we think, oh, he's a demon, he's some kind of monster, he's maybe some kind of snake. But maybe he's just a really nice person that's really soft and doesn't want to hurt anybody and just doesn't want to get hurt himself. That's what I see in him. I mean, even things like his, I assume these are buckles. They're all very utility. They're not screaming aggressive warrior with a sword. And all of these green bits, I think what they do as snakes is that they kind of are for show to make somebody back off. When a snake bares its fangs at you, 90% of the time it doesn't want to bite you. It just wants you to back off and leave it alone. It's kind of like when a cat hisses at you. It doesn't want to actually fight you unless it's an orange cat. It just wants you to leave it alone so that it can go back to being on its own and enjoying itself. So, Aragami, I'm gonna make a judgment and say you're actually a really soft character on the inside. And maybe you're really nice and friendly. And all of this is just for show. To make sure people don't come up and harm you and hurt you in any sort of way. Maybe your lore is that you got betrayed or hurt before. I don't want to go too far into speculating, but I think that's an interesting part of his lore. My battery's still not charging. Hang on. It's charging now? Yes, it is. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else in the chat has anything to say about this character and what you think about him. And you can even see in his horns. There's so many gentle curves in his horns. And it's not even really that sharp at the top. It's kind of blunted. So I think this is a case of you shouldn't judge people based on appearances. Sometimes they are just a cuddly snake who want to be friends with everybody. I don't know if that's true. Maybe he doesn't like people and I've speculated too much all over him. And one last thing before we move on is that his gloves, they're not the kind that are made for, I think, assassinations or to fight, or else I think he would have the full hand covered. If anything, I think they almost work as a utility of sorts. Maybe he has to test something with his fingers, like powders or something. Maybe he's a poison expert. Maybe he's not a fighter, he's just like a poison expert snake half demon man who goes about figuring out how to cure poisons and stuff. That's the law I'm gonna go with. That's what I'm gonna think he does. And of course, we have to rank his design again. Oops. So I'm going to decapitate him. Oops, too big a decapitation. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take his head. And where do we put him? He really surprised me because his design wasn't as edgy as I thought it'd be, and it's interesting. It's very subtle. There's not too much you can definitively say about the design, so I'm gonna put him in the middle because I'm still not really sure if that's what he was going for. If it is, I put him up higher. If he wasn't, then maybe he needs something more to make him look more aggressive looking and more dangerous. Yeah. I'm gonna take a small pause because I need to go and get water. So I'm gonna put the stream up to, I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna put the stream up to the waiting area. And I'll be back in a little bit to analyze more stuff. Okay, see everyone in a bit. Hello everybody. It's just a quick break to get some water for my voice. And I see we have somebody new in the chat. Or maybe you were here for quite a while. It is Merciful Madness. Welcome to the stream. You missed out on how many technical difficulties we had at first. But we're just analyzing some designs right now. If you have any designs of famous VTubers or your own you'd like to see, you can try sending it into the chat. I'll try to get through all of them today. We've already sort of spent too much time fangirling over Giga and also over Aragami. So I'm gonna try to speed it up a little bit from here on out. But I'll try to give as much analysis as possible. Because they're all wonderful designs and they all deserve it. So we're gonna go back to the wheel. And we're gonna spin to see what's next. We still have, I think, 21 designs to get through. It's gonna be number 2. Yes. So goodbye, Mr. Aragami. And oops. Uh-oh. It seems I've left an artifact in here. She's not what we're analyzing right now. So goodbye. Okay, so I'm gonna try to go quicker this time. Ooh. Pass. Okay, let's rank him. And the reason I'm passing is because he passed on Chandelier. And Chandelier is an amazing Pokemon that everyone should cuddle with. I mean that in the most friendly, innocent of ways. So he's a pass. But I should say, this comes at terrible timing. I heard he just went into the hospital again for health issues. So even though we are passing on Markiplier as a VTuber design, please wish him well. And send him all the well wishes in the world that he gets better soon. And comes back and does more horror, FNAF, and everything that he likes to do. That's all I'm going to say about Markiplier. Yep. Alright, back to the wheel. Please let me know if the shouting's too loud. Ooh, number 4. Alright. So let's look at number 4. Ooh, lagging again. Okay, goodbye Markiplier. And number 4. Ooh, let's get rid of the square. Okay, I've given away the face again. I've got to get better at erasing this to keep the mystery. So this is I don't know how to pronounce this name. Doppio Dropscythe. Doppio Dropscythe. And he's one of the VTubers that one of my friends was talking about. Apparently he's really energetic, he's really fun. And I heard that his VTuber mascots are all tiny baby chickens, which is really cute. So let's look at this design. I'm gonna take a moment to analyze him again and think about what I see. And I admit it's a bit of cheating since I already heard a little bit about him from my friend. So I kind of know what he does already, but I don't know too much about him. So that's the part that we're going. So just from looking at him, what I see is like what was said in chat. There are a lot of patterns to him. He's a very patternful person. I think there is a bit of flamboyance, and I'll explain why. There is a bit of edginess and grit to his design as well, but also a little bit of playfulness that you don't really see. And despite this edginess and grit, I think there is also a little bit of not softness like Aragami's design, but it kind of feels like he's not as like if somebody came into a boxing ring who had never boxed before but challenged you to boxing, and the moment it got intimidating, they decided they didn't want to box anymore. That's the sort of vibe I get off him. I don't know what you would call that vibe. Rich kid vibe? Yes. I'm sure we'll find out more as we look at him, but I'm gonna try and go through it a little bit quicker as well. So the first thing, of course, is his colors. Like the hair area. Just let me bring it down. The hair area, the entire chest reveal that is bright neon, almost neon purple. It's a show-off color, right? Purple, royal purple. It's a color that wants to be seen. That's why it's contrasted against all of these darker patterns and shapes and colors. And speaking of patterns, it's interesting that the area that is purple is so solid colored. It's not really broken up into anything in his hair and in his vest, whereas everything else that is around him has some kind of different shape or color going through it. Like his pants obviously are plaid, and in his jacket there's a lot of white stripes and different patterns that cut through the material. The area below his hair is cut up into black and white, which to me kind of shows that maybe this purple isn't his real hair color, it's dyed. So he's purposefully dyed his hair into this sort of almost a rock star pattern, where the purple is this part of him that he's expressing himself on top, and this black and maybe even the white is a part of him that he puts underneath all of that. That this is who he is this bright purple that he's wearing, and everything else around him are just busy patterns to distract the eyes. Whereas this solid purple is the truest form of who he is, in a way. It's kind of like how if you're in a world of many different patterns and colors, when something is just one solid color, it draws the eye to it. So the first thing you see is his vest and is his hair. And it makes you wonder, why did he choose purple, and what makes him want to showcase purple as his main color. Maybe he just likes purple, but it's also a very bright, flamboyant, neon color, and it is attention seeking, but it's not bad to be attention seeking. I mean, look at me, I'm dressed all in green against the apocalypse. So it's the color he wants to showcase the most, and it's the color that he probably thinks represents him the most. So purple could be a trickster color. It's often associated with things like magic, flamboyance. I mean, flamingos are a very light pink, very sharp pink that almost borders onto purple in some cases. And it's interesting that it stands out against all the other darker colors that are draped around him, that serve to give some edginess and grit to the design, that has this flamboyant purple in the middle and this more darker, almost more sinister black and dark greens around him. But like what we said before, the patterns around him are broken up by things like shape and color. So the pants having this sort of plaid thing takes away from how edgy it is. Like, you've never seen a biker wearing plaid and thought that he's as intimidating as he is in plaid as he is in a leather jacket. No, you would think that there's probably a bit of softness to him, maybe even a bit of playfulness. Plaid nowadays is almost a bit of a hipster design. And things like his jacket with all the white sharp straps and even this sort of diamond pattern that goes throughout, it gives a sense that he's not as edgy as it feels decorative, is what I'm saying. It feels like somebody wanting to be edgy but not having the proper clothing or the total motivation to be a total edgelord. And that's fine, because it's really interesting to have a character that has this little bit of edginess towards them, but it's contrasted by all of these softer patterns and like rounded whites and curves that are going towards him. And the reason I say he gives a rich kid vibe is that it feels like he's dressed very richly. Yeah, play this kind of preppy Scorpion Demon. That's true. It doesn't feel like it's not an edgy thing. It softens its design. And the reason I say he's a rich kid is because there's just a lot of rich kid elements throughout his design. Please let me know if it's hard to understand me. I get very excited and I start ranting on and on, because there's just so much to talk about in these sort of designs. I can't help it. Anyhow, so things like the golden trim, he has a lot of gold trim around him in many different areas. Let me turn up, snap. A lot of gold trim around him in many different areas. And even the diamond pattern on his jacket is invoking of like a rich kid vibe, right? It's diamonds, it's money. It tells me maybe he comes from a background of affluence, and this is him using that affluence to pursue this sort of rock star fun vibe. And that could be interesting, you know? That he, despite all of this preppiness, that he is pursuing this more of a rock star lifestyle, a bit more fun, and just going about and expressing himself in a way that he knows. And the shoes were what really clued me in. They're really nice shoes. They don't fit the rest of his design. They're like dress shoes with a golden buckle on top of them. And they tell me that at the end of the day, there's still something about him that's a little bit more refined. It's probably because he grew up in that kind of environment, so there's a bit of him that's a little bit more uppity, but not snooty. I don't think he's a snooty design. I think he is somebody having fun with it all. And he is sort of learning how to get into this world of edginess and grit. And that's what I think Doppio Drop Scythe is like. And I think it's an interesting story, and I'd like to know if this is what his story really is, or if I've horribly butchered it and just substituted his reality with my own. Either way, I think to go a bit faster now, so we don't end up here all evening. Uh-oh, did I draw directly on his design? I did! I'm sorry. Doppio, can't pronounce his name. I'm so sorry, I drew over his layer on the sheet. So he's gonna come with a purple mustache. And he's also gonna be blurry. Fine. So where would I put him? I don't really know. Because he's a design that's a little bit confusing. It's interesting, but it's a bit confusing between the edginess and the more softer vibes. I still think he's really pretty. And I am a bit biased because my friend really likes him. I'm gonna put him in the mid tier again. Yep. So thank you, Doppio. Everyone please go check him out, just because my friend said that he's a nice person to watch. Okay. Let's go back to the wheel. We're getting through this, slowly and surely. Number 3. Let's see who number 3 is. And if it gets really that's too many people, I will probably split this up into a few different streams. Okay, so there's Doppio. And ooh, this is a pink one. And let's see if I can erase it without giving away who it is immediately. Oh no, I've given it away. I've given it so much away. But to be fair, Iron Mouse has a very, very noteworthy design, which is in parts because she's really popular, but also because her design is just really good. She has a beautiful silhouette and she knows what kind of person she is, so she dresses herself accordingly, so it's really recognizable. And I'm actually comparing the design from her first stream and her very latest stream, the latest design. And Iron Mouse is one of the few people that I want to get to know more about how she streams, because I think she's a good model to look up to, given all the news that's come about her and learning about her, about the disease she's going through, and also how the organization she was in wasn't really good. I quite respect her for all the things she's doing. I hope she doesn't do anything bad, or else all of this is moot. Yeah, I haven't gotten into watching her yet. I would like to. I'm afraid if I watch her, I won't like her content as much. Because it will not be my cup of tea. But I really hope I like her when I watch her. So, let's just get into her design. And I'm just gonna look over it and think about what to say again. So there's definitely a heart's motif. You can see she has, I think, out of all the people here, the best contrast between soft and sharp edges. Because every soft edge comes with a sharp edge. And of course there is a duality that other people have showcased in their designs, but I think from hers, it's really easy to see there's a duality and a clash of colors and a clash of shapes. What else can I say? That it's so simple the way she does it, but it's so good the way she does it. That, yeah, just really good. I'm gonna start off simple and then I'm gonna talk a bit more about why it works so well. So for Iron Mouse, you can see that she's kept some things from her older design that have come through into her latest work and continue to come through into her latest work. So the horns, for example, have always stayed. Things like the pink and purple color scheme have continued throughout. Okay, the heart motif has definitely stayed throughout. And you do see a bit of duality in her first design that comes out into her later works. So Iron Mouse, I think it's quite clear. She's a kind of succubus, or princess succubus, I would say. And I mean the horns and the ears, the tail, not the tail, the wings, that's what they're called. The horns and the wings sort of give the game away, that you know exactly what she is. But even though it's simple, the whole language of her design is done really well, because she provides this contrast between a cute devil and almost an edgy, dangerous princess. Yeah, I love seeing how much she's evolved also, and I hope to one day have as many outfits as her. I made this outfit out of trash I found in the garbage, and one day I hope to make more outfits out of trash I find in the garbage. So let's talk about Iron Mouse and what makes her design so good. So first of all, the heart's motif is everywhere in her design, and it's done really subtly. So of course it got more overt things like the hearts on her stockings. Yeah, of course the heart hair clips in her hair, which sort of came over from the old design. Even in the dangerous area, okay, there is a heart shape here, which comes true, and I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. There's a heart there. That's all you're gonna get out of me regarding that area. And yeah, she has a little heart in her harness as well, and of course little heart charms and more down her sleeves. But they're not in your face hearts. you don't immediately see them on first look, but they're there. And of course, it falls in line with the idea of the succubus really well, right? That it's a demon that plays around with your heart. So of course, she's gonna have a lot of heart designs in her. But it's interesting to look at things like, for example, her hair. The hearts are inverted. They're not coming down her hair. They're going upside down up her hair. And this sort of tells you that she is a demon that plays with your heart. That she maybe isn't as cute and sweet on the surface as you think she is. She's a little bit dangerous, a little bit edgy. And you see this more in the contrast of the shapes that she has with her design. I mean, of course, she has a lot of soft, round curves. Even her her horns. She has ears. Her ears are here. Her horns up here, they all curve, and then they end in this sharp point. Her wings, they curve, they end in this sharp point. Okay, her hair, as always, a lot of waves, but they end in sharper points. Okay, very sharp points here. You saw this a little bit in the design here. There's a bit of curve, but not as much. She didn't have the wings back then. Okay, and of course, there's these hard edges on her boots. And even her skirt, you can actually see it curves, and the sharp point of the plate is all around here. So everywhere she has a curve, there's usually ends up with something sharp to sort of contrast that she is a bit dangerous. Even the wings or hair clips on her hair have curves and sharp edges. And it's not only done through shape, it's also done through color. It's very obvious that she has the pastel and black color palette going on. Most obvious is in the legs area, where it's a very literal contrast. You see this beautiful pink ballerina boot that's on her, and then next to it is this buckled, heavy black boot that she has with a little bell and a bow to just drive home the point that yes, it's dangerous, but it's cute dangerous. You see it in the skirt, of course. This is a fluffy, very curved white skirt, very ruffled, almost very prim. And here you have this much sharper, more flowing plait. Of course, she has the purple and pink as well, which, again, the pink is, the purple is not a black color. It's not as sharply contrasted against the pink, but it's darker. It is noticeably a bit more dangerous, a bit more edgier. So you see it throughout her entire design, and it carries on really well. This difference of cute, soft, round pinks with sharp, dangerous black spikes. And I think that's what she is. She's a cute, soft pink pastel demon, but she's a bit wild. I mean, if you ever see an Iron Mouse stream, she's expressive. She's really puts herself out there. She makes all sorts of jokes, and she's not afraid to lean into a joke. She's a succubus, and she's a pretty succubus. And you can see a little bit of it in the eyes, which I also like to talk about, where there's a very soft, kind of mischievous looking purple, a bit of a royal purple as well, which kind of lends credence to the fact that maybe she's royalty, and a much darker red, which signals, demonic, a little bit of a weird being. And if I draw this, she has glasses now. So Iron Mouse is a really, really good design reference if you want to talk about duality and conveying your character being two different things at the same time, because they all really go together, right? It's almost like a bubble goth pop. And she has many, many outfits out there that I think all follow the same theme. That they all have these sort of contrasting elements, and of course the heart motif throughout all of them. And I could talk much longer about her and go through all her designs. I can talk about how the duality stayed throughout. Like you see in her black skirt and her pink top, and everything came throughout. And it just got more refined. It's kind of like she grew up. She grew up and she figured out her style more. And this is where she ended up. And I could go on and on about her forever. She has really pretty character design. She has a ton of outfits. And maybe at some point I will do a longer stream just talking about Iron Mouse and be really, really cringe about it. But for the time being, we're going to rank her. And I mean, I think you know where I'm gonna put her. Oops. Oh no, I've copied her glasses. I think you know where I'm gonna put her. I know where I'm gonna put her. I am obviously very biased to her. So she goes in my top. Not in my top, in my top ranking. Okay, we need to go faster before I lose my voice. So let's go back to the wheel. And we have number 15. So let's go and see who number 15 is. Oh, it's a dark color. Okay. So we have claws, we have feet, and I've given away the name. So this is... Oops. This is... Astarion? No, it's Kazuha, which I think is like the top male VTuber that's subscribed to right now. Again, I just pulled these off the internet. I don't really know. But they are the top, I think one of the top male VTubers out there. And right off the bat, if I don't zoom in on his crotch, sorry it's a bit blurry. This was the best picture I could find of him because vampires don't photograph well. And it's quite obvious he's a vampire. I think he is going for a vampire motif. It's the very classical reds, whites, blacks. Right off the bat, vampiric motif. And with the vampire motif, there's a bunch of stuff that often comes with it. So he's very regal. And there's always a dangerous edge to the regalness. I've said all of these have a dangerous edge now, but it's very true. There's a decadence. He's playing very much into the stereotype of what a vampire lord would be, but it works for him. And he's not gone too overboard on it. I just noticed how tall and skinny he is, which I think kind of works for the fact that you don't think he'd be very dangerous. But vampires are very dangerous creatures. It's luxury. Yeah. So it's very straightforward about him. So I'm gonna go a bit quickly about what he has. Obviously, very nice design. Very regal, very vampiric. You get the usual from the pale face, the white hair, red eyes. The red cape is a bit show-offy, so it's typical of what you think Dracula would be in like the old novel where... No, not the old novel. The old novel was actually a bit more monstrous. In modern times, where they have cutified Dracula, they've sexified Dracula. They've made Dracula sexy. Is what this design is invoking more. That is this more dating sim protagonist Dracula. So you have a lot of luxury that's associated in this design as well. You have the furs, you have all of the rings, you have the gold trim, which is a bit darker than you actually see on previous people. Even the boots, very well polished. It all evokes a sense of regal vampire. Yeah, very Castlevania-esque. But if Castlevania's Dracula was even more of a pretty boy. I'm not talking about Alucard, I'm talking about Dracula. You get to the end of the game with Dracula and he offers you a seat on the throne next to him. I don't know if that's what happens in Castlevania. But this is the kind of persona I think he embodies. And it's very straightforward. You could say it's a bit stereotypical, But at some point, everything becomes stereotype. So you can't blame him for wanting to go for a stereotype, and it works. It's a nice design. It's simple. It's clean. I don't really have too much to say to it. I think what it says on the tin is what it is inside. I don't think that's the right phrase. It's just a very decent vampire design. It's a pretty boy vampire design. And it's pretty. It's good looking. I want to see if he has any other outfits for it. But if he doesn't, I think that's fine. We're gonna rank him. And I'm gonna put in here. He's pretty. He's nice. There's not too much I found to say about him. I think there should be more to him, but I don't know anything just based off his design alone. So that's where I'm gonna put him. And we're gonna go back to the wheel. I'm gonna figure out who our next person is. Number 11. And also see we got 5 viewers now. Did somebody new come into the stream? No, I'm seeing things. It's the same people. Alright. Oh no, what was the number? I think it was 15. Yeah, I think it was 15 that was the number. Okay, so let's look at number 15. So thank you, Kazuha. Your quick, fun, clean design. One. Wait, no, he is 15. Then what was the number earlier? I got too distracted. And I didn't see what number it was. Does anybody know what number it was? 11. Thank you. Okay, number 11 is another blob. You might know her from the years. But this is Vera. I think that's how it's pronounced. She's another VTuber that has many videos on how to do VTubing, and she's been very, very helpful. And she also has a clean and simple design, so I really wanted to put her here as well. And Vela, I couldn't get her full body model. I don't know if one exists. If there is one, and if Vela ever sees this once I chop it up and put it on YouTube, please send me your full body model. I want to analyze all of it and look at it with my eyes. But yeah, she has a very simple design as well. She also has a short hair model. Yeah, I like the neon ears and palette. It invokes a lot of Nintendo Switch, doesn't it? I should know. Nintendo Switch was the first console I found while scavenging the wilds out here. And it's one of my favorite consoles, despite its flaws. So when it comes to Vela, I can say that the contrast of colors is very well done again. So you all can clearly see the blues, the reds. It follows through pretty well. Blue is always on this side, red is always on this side. And her earrings also always change. Unfortunately, I don't have a full body of her, and that makes me angry that I don't have a full body of her. But one day we can dream. It gives off very playful fox spirit. Especially the eyes being more red color. It feels like it's not human. I don't know if she is human. I don't think she's human. There's a lot of wonderful creatures out there in the world. So I'm going to assume she's like a magical fox spirit, with these contrasts of red and blue being something like a very calm fox spirit versus a more demonic, maybe mischievous fox spirit. And her eyes are beautiful. They have wonderful red. She often has this necklace around with her, which I think is a paper plane, but I'm not so sure. And if it is a paper plane, then I assume it'd be stuff like being free to do as you like, flying on the air, doing what you want. It's all very Fox Spirit, isn't it? I'm still mad I don't have a full model. Anyway, the more I look at this, the more I see we can analyze. So you can even see it in the design of her jacket. The red area, let me get a better color. The red area has more sharper shapes, invoking something a bit more aggressive, a bit more sinister maybe, a bit more dangerous, who knows? Whereas the blue is a much softer curves. Very subtle curves, but if you notice it, you can see how the red area is much sharper. And I would think that the design probably carries down to the rest of her body, if I could see it. But that's alright. I enjoy her design. I'm gonna rank her now, but I'm gonna be very biased because thanks to her videos, I figured out how to set all of this up. So, oops. Just because of that. I'm gonna put her really high because I'm biased, and when I like a person and what they do, I'm just gonna think they're very pretty. Okay, let's go back to the wheel. We're getting through them. We have 16 more to do. $21. Alright, let's see who we have at 21. Goodbye, Bella. At 21. Ooh. We have another duality. And we have Limu, or Lime Malicious. Sometimes she goes as I've seen. And she's another VTuber that I sort of looked at when I was trying to figure out how to do all of this in the apocalypse. I only have VTubers to rely on and their videos. But she has a very pretty model, and there's interesting things about her that the rest don't really have. And let me write down my thoughts about her. So of course she has the contrast, right? You can see it in the areas, especially her leg area where the stockings are different colors. But it's not a full contrast, it's a soft contrast. I don't know if that's a real word, I've made it up. Soft contrast, very cute. Of course, a lot of round, soft, blobby shapes. And of course I think she's a chipmunk. I could be wrong. In which case, I'm sorry, I haven't seen a real animal out here for a long time. So I don't know what a chipmunk looks like. I assume that's what a chipmunk is. So let's start with the contrast. So again, very popular thing is for the streamers to have two different stockings on their legs. But while a lot of streamers tend to have the full-on black and soft pastel stockings, Limu, let me just close this. Limu's colors are actually complementary, so it's not even really a real contrast. It's this soft, sweet green and against this white, of course with a very cute cat head on top of it. So there is no contrast of soft, cute, and dangerous. Oh yeah, Scorpion. I think she's a ferret. Yeah, that might be true. She might be a ferret. I spelled chipmunk wrong. Yeah, I think she might be a ferret. That makes more sense. So in this design, it's not about contrasting softness against edginess as so many of the designs have done before. It's more of, this is cute. She is having complementary colors. So green and these soft pinks and this white, they're all very complementary colors that go with one another. And of course, They are all gradient. She doesn't have hard colors. You look at her hair, you look at her tail, you look at her clothing, where it goes from a sort of cream white to a pink or a yellow. It's very soft, it's very sweet, it's very subtle. There is no harshness in it. So it conveys somebody who is friend. Somebody is soft. They don't have these sharp edges. They only have these soft, blobby edges that want to hug and be friends with people. But of course, please ask permission before you hug your blobby-shaped friends. Again, a lot of roundness also. In her ears, in her hair, the tail, across the leg area, a lot of softness. Even her outfit bellows out into this sort of soft, almost flower petal shape. And the sleeves as well. The sleeves don't end in hard edges. They end with this soft bell shape. It's a very bell-shaped character. Okay, and that often leads to very cute. It's a very cute character design. It's very simple. It's very clean. I think points of interest would be things like her necklace. I wonder if there's more significance behind her necklace. And I enjoy these little cutouts in her sleeve. Maybe a sense of playfulness. A bit of playfulness. Things like the paw print tag also lend to the idea that it's just a very cute and playful design. Of course, her eyes are pretty. I always love designs with nice eyes. It's a very nice green. And of course, her name in YouTube is Limelicious. So she has the motifs of a lime, both the yellow and green that you get from lime all throughout her design. And the pink is just to make it look extra cute. Very simple, very sweet design. So let us rank her now. I'm gonna be a bit biased again because I did watch some of her videos when I was trying to set up for this. But I'm gonna put her into I'm jealous of you. And I am, because her model also moves very fluidly, you see her videos. But I haven't watched as many of her videos as I have watched Vela. So that's my bias. Still very pretty. Alright, back to the wheel. $24. Let's see, let's say goodbye to Raimu. And 24. Let's get rid of this and let's get our eraser out. And here we have Sakura Miko, which I think is a very old school VTuber. When I was looking up VTubers, somebody wrote that she was like Generation 0 or something from Hololive. I don't know if that means anything, but yeah, I think she's one of the longer running VTubers. And obviously, when you look at the design, there are a few things that stand out. So firstly, she's obviously a shrine maiden. This is the traditional Japanese sort of motifs that you get for shrine maiden. Again, so very Japanese. Oh, Japaneses. A lot of pink and white, and I'll say it's cherry blossom. She has the color palette of a cherry blossom and she invokes the color palette of a cherry blossom. And it's a little bit traditional, but with modern playfulness. I feel very smart saying all these words. I don't think they mean anything. Let me move this down here. So a very straightforward design. Again, it invokes the sense of a shrine maiden. She has the sort of like bell wand that you would see some shrine maidens they have, especially in those, I think the animes, they depict them more, whereas the bells are to protect someone. And you see the bells all throughout her design actually. But to add a little bit of cuteness, what she's done is, if you look closely at some of the bells, they have the cat ears and a little heart motif here. So it's a very somewhat girlish design, which is nothing wrong with that. It's very cute and girly and sweet, and of course very Japanese, all the way from the traditional shoes to the sort of semi-traditional sleeves and shrine maiden outfit that she has on. And she very much invokes the sense of a cherry blossom. I mean, in her outfit alone, you can see she has many different cherry blossoms going on, and her overall look is that of a cherry blossom. Because if you actually look at the flower here, it's a little bit white in the middle, and then it's pink all the way around. And if we look at her, and erasing all of our notes, we look at her, she is white in the middle, and out here comes all the different pink areas. So she very much is her own cherry blossom. But to contrast all of that, the one thing I think was done quite cleverly is her eyes. Because her whole entire thing is pink and whites and a little bit of gold where the bells are. So if her eyes were also pink, I don't think you would notice her as readily. But because her eyes are this sharp green that goes very well against the pink, her face is sort of separated from the rest of the design, so it makes her stand out a little bit more. And it's harkening back to a more traditional-ish design by playing on Japanese culture, I think. But at the same time, it's modernized because it's cute, it's playful, it's really bright pink. Not too much to say on her really, and I think if she is what I think to be one of the older generation VTubers, then it almost makes sense that she would be a more old school shrine maiden. I wonder where her shrine is. I'm gonna assume it's under cherry blossoms, and that's where she protects it and stuff. I'd like to know more about her shrine maiden duties and what sort of shrine maiden she is. So, very simple. I'm gonna put her in pretty. She's just pretty overall. Lucky number 13. Alright, so move on from Sakura Miko. Thank you so much for being here with us, Sakura. And we're going to go to number 13. The blue one. Okay, I've given away the face. Another number 13 is another fan submission or a VTuber submission. Tama Haruyama submitted it, and she wanted hers to also be placed in the feedback. And it's a very pretty green, is the first thing I want to say. It's a very, very pretty looking green. But let's talk about overall thought. So the first things I get is that it's very floral looking. Okay, very floral, very nature-esque in her design. I would say traditional. Something about this is a bit traditional. And I get gatherer from it. Someone who is maybe like a druid. Of course, she's a cat girl. Yeah, she has a lot of floral designs in her, so this is why you can kind of get a bit of a nature vibe from her. You can see it all around her. In her clothing, even her necklace is a butterfly, and it's a very nice purple, so it stands out from the clothing itself. The one thing I wish was maybe a bit more contrasty, because we were just talking about how Sakura Miko did her eyes to pop out from the rest of everything, is I think this is a beautiful shade of blue. And I love that she has the traditional cat's eye to really sell the point that she is a cat or a feline sort of person. I wish it contrasted against the green a bit more, because from far away, it kind of gets a bit lost in all of the green. It's still really pretty, but a good example would be like the necklace. If you look at her design from far away, the first thing that stands out to you is the necklace that pops up, and then it goes to the blue, which is alright, but I think if the blue was able to pop up a little bit more against the green, it would look really beautiful because you would have this sharp contrast in the color of the eyes and the rest of the design. Because the green is everywhere through the design, and it's good that she's kept that theming throughout. One thing I think, if Tama, you ever listen to this, is maybe change the background that your character card is on, because I know that this floral green is your motif, but it kind of gets a bit hard to see your character when you have the edges like this bleeding a little bit into the green, which is why I think you added a shadow, which is really good. I think you could keep the green with these sort of floral patterns in the back, but maybe choose a different background to highlight your character more. This is all my opinion, by the way. You don't need to actually do it. It still looks beautiful. It's still a beautiful character. It's still a very cute, clean, and simple design. I like how you've mixed the sort of traditional kimono with kimono with a sort of more, I say, westernized skirt ending, a almost Victorian skirt ending. And of course, this character has a little bit of mystery in this little pouch here. It makes me wonder, is she like a magician? Maybe that's a book of spells. Maybe she's a gatherer because of all the floral nature around her, so that is her diary of all the sorts of plant life that are around her. It's really sweet, it's really traditional. Yeah. And again, the cat ears are cute. They're really fluffy looking. Maybe you could push the cat design a bit more, but you don't need to. It's really good, it's really sweet. Please check out Ama and Haruyama. I don't know where she streams. I only have the name. Yeah, please check her out. And of course, we are going to rank her as well. Actually, I also love the little red undertones that you've done under the eyes. They bring it out a little bit more, and it's kind of like traditional geisha makeup. So I'm gonna rank her. It's pretty. It's pretty. I don't read too much story out of it, but it's a very pretty design. And I forgot to say as well, I really like how the hair highlights are done as well. How they sort of frame the face in a symmetrical way. Pop up. Nice curves. A lot of gentle curves. She strikes me as a very gentle sort of creature, hunter-gatherer. Yes, that is my opinion. Let us go back to the wheel. Please let me know if I should slow down a bit. I'm just going a bit faster, so we don't need to stay here forever. Alright, we have number 25. Let's see who number 20 is. Pink blob. And we are going to erase the pink blob. Oh, it's somebody a little bit short. Does anybody recognize this character already? Oh, maybe I've given the game away. Yep. Ah, thank you, Scorpion. It's Nero-sama, which I don't know much about VTubers, but I've heard a lot about her, that she's made of AI, and the turtle is her father, the creator. Vido, yes, that's his name. I don't know what their relationship is, but it's a good relationship from what I hear. The thing about Nero-sama is that I think she's not a character too much focused on design. She's a character focused on the fact that she is an AI. That she is an AI being trained, and which is how I think maybe is the better direction for AI to go into. I've not heard good things about AI so far, but this doesn't seem so bad. So her design is extremely simplistic, and I think there are some placeholder models as well that look like her, or her fashion sense is quite replicated throughout the entire world of VTubers. So it's just a really cutesy, it's almost, yeah, the father-daughter dynamic. It's almost like a child going to school. So she sort of has like the oversized sweater that makes her really cute. Of course, the usual traditional sort of sailor skirt. And this mismatch of length, right? It kind of reminds me like how a child puts on mismatched socks because they can't find the right pairing. So she's just woken up and she just put on these two socks because she's late for school and her dad is yelling for her to quickly go to school or they're gonna be late for work. And that's what she is. She's just a very cute, kind of innocent looking design. I know from some of the clips I've seen that she's not innocent in some sense. But maybe that's a good contrast because I think Vito is more focused on the intelligence of the character rather than the design look of the character. Of course, she also has these very cute ribbons here which stand out because they're bright red. And Vito doesn't want to take away too much from her design, so he's just a very cute turtle that I think I've seen on her head. And I think maybe this is him on her jacket. So she carries a little part of her father around on her oversized sweater jacket to keep from the cold. And just a bunch of cute charms, a lot of bows. And yeah, she doesn't need a ostentatious design. Yeah, there's a bit of mischief in a childish way. I think mostly from her face. It's sort of like a mischievous looking face. Even the mismatched socks, there's a bit of mischief there. She's not a child that's very prim or proper. She's not putting on a starched uniform to start school at the beginning of the day. She's a learning, growing child. She hasn't grown all the way yet into actualization. And the day she does, maybe we have to fear for our lives. Well, you have to fear, I'm fine. Everything in the post-apocalyptic is already mostly happened. Mostly. There's not a lot of robots roaming around here. But yeah, she doesn't need a big design. The novelty and the appeal of her comes from the fact that she is a AI. That she's a learning AI and she has so much personality to her. Oh no, I've realized I've drawn 2 circles on her chest. Yeah. So I'm gonna rank Miro-sama right now. It's gonna be a bit controversial. I know she's very beloved and right now she's very blurry on my screen. But because her design is so simple, it doesn't tell that much of a story besides the father and daughter dynamic. It doesn't tell me as much about her aside from that she's a bit childish and a bit mischievous. So I'm just gonna put it in as pretty. And I hope that's okay. She's cute. I should have scavenged for more mints in the apocalypse. There's not enough mints. My throat is a bit sore. I haven't talked this much to people before, but it's fun. Number 9. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Oops. Let's see who's at number 9. Oh. Okay, I know who is at number 9, but before I do number 9, I want to do what I think has to come before number 9. So I'm gonna cheat a little bit, and I'm gonna go all the way to number 1. because number 9 is currently everyone's favorite shark person. But I want to talk about my favorite shark. Maybe some of you have heard about her. Maybe you haven't. But I want to do what I think is the best shark that exists out there. And I'm going to be heavily biased because she's a friend of mine. Yes, very spicy. She's cooking fish, I think. I hope they're not baby sharks. Do sharks eat their babies? I don't know. I've never seen a shark. All the oceans are polluted. We can't go into them. There's a very grim future. Please take care of your planet so that I can visit it again. So Rise TV on YouTube and Rise underscore on Twitch is the one true shark person. You think you know shark people? No, you don't. Because those are shark people. Those are people who are sharks. Those are people who have taken the motif of a shark and squandered it down into whatever they are. I don't know what my argument is here. But when somebody says who is the best, or somebody asks who is the best shark online, this is the best shark online. Because she's an actual shark. All of those other sharks, they're not real sharks. They are shark people. They're not sharks. So if you're going to ask about who is the best shark, then it has to be a shark. I will not accept any substitutions. Yes, Rise is a very nice streamer. She's a very fun and cute shark. And she streams on Twitch every Friday and Tuesday, I think. I think she changed her schedule recently, so I'm not sure. If you want to watch someone that's chill, you want to watch someone that's fun, please go and follow Rise on Twitch. Rise underscore. I'm going to leave it up here. In fact, you can leave my stream and you can go and follow her right now. And you don't need to tell her I sent you because she's also a bit shy. That's how you know she's a true shark. They're shy creatures who only attack you if you provoke them. I'm gonna say all this before I get cancelled online for speaking against Gura. It's going to happen. I'm gonna post this up and somebody's gonna kill me for slandering Gura. But she's not a shark. She's not the best shark. Gura, or who she is now, Sakim Sabe, I don't know her current name. But she's not a shark. She's a shark person. You wanna talk about who's the best shark? And this Rise is the best shark because she's an actual shark. Alright. Please go and follow my friend. Thank you. And yes, we have to rank her. So let's rank her now. Should I not click her? She did all the rigging herself. That's why she's best shark. She's the best. Exactly, Scorpion. You see, we need more animals that talk. Then we don't get this confusion of like who's the best shark, or who's the best cat, or who's the best dog. We can say that these people are actual talking animals, and such. They deserve our support. Anyway, I'm gonna move on now. Before cancellation, let's go back to number 9. Oh, and after my rant, I think you know who this is. Now, from what I heard, allegedly, this is who the previous shark person became allegedly, because I don't know if it's true, and I don't know if it's rude to bring up people's I think they're called reincarnations, their past lives. So I won't talk too much about it. But this is a shark person, but she's also a cat shark. So I think she's a catfish. So let's remove all of this and let's put our thoughts about her design up here. Okay. First and foremost, to save myself a bit from the whole she's not the best shark rant, she's definitely cute. Alright, she's pretty. Okay, please don't come after me, Sameko Sabah followers. I just support our talking animal rights. And it's a very beach vibe, you know? It's very summer. Very summer, very beach, very ocean. Maybe she has a winter outfit that she'll put on one day. It's very mischievous. What else can I say? It is very summer. Summer is the correct word to describe her, I think. And it's very playful. Okay. Yes, you've been catfished. So I think that's what she's going for, just in general, is a catfish vibe, because of the fact that she has the fish tail and she has the cat ears on top of that. So I think it is sort of like a playful catfish. I don't know how to explain the pun properly. Yeah, I don't know how to explain the pun properly. I'm not going to explain the pun properly. It is very cute though. It's very summery, as I've said before. You get that in, like, she has the ocean in her. She has like the colors of the sand and then the sea. In her hair, it kind of almost looks like the water going up against the waves. So it's like the blue of the water going up against the sandy shore of the waves. She is the beach. She is the beach. She is the ocean. She is the waves. Even her outfit, which is white with all these ruffles against this sort of blue outline, doesn't it not feel like the foam of the waves crashing against the shore, against the darker parts of the sea? And I mean, she has the sailor collar. It's a very typical Japanese sailor uniform. Yeah, it's a naval color scheme. It's a very bright naval color scheme. It's very cute. It's a very fun day out at the beach. And you have all these added cute things like the little bows, the little crown here to show that she's still #1. Please don't come after me. I'm gonna be prosecuted just because I can't say her name properly. Sameko Saba fans, she is queen. I acknowledge she is queen. Please support me. Yeah, a lot of bows, and I mean naval colors, the typical blue and white. And she has a lot of naval motifs also. I mean, and then another crown in this little sort of sailor's knot on the chest. And these little nautical symbols. I think this is a ship. And this is, of course, an anchor. There's a really cute charm that she has going on. And another bow here, but what I really like is this safety preserver that's around her leg. It's a really cute touch, and it stands out from the rest of the art because it's bright red compared to the more cool palette that she has going on. And yeah, her entire posture conveys playfulness. She's very playful. Oops, am I lagging? A little bit. She's very playful, very energetic. There's a bit of tomboyish energy. Oh, does she always bring up paper boats? What's the story with paper boats, Scorpion? You know? I don't watch her. I promise I will one day. I've gotten to VTubing. I'm very careful about her fans because they love her so much. I don't want to upset them through their love. I'm glad that you love someone. Alright. Yeah, she has like sailor shorts as well. So that adds on to kind of a tomboyish vibe. It's a very cute, clean design. It's not very complicated. She doesn't have a very complex design. But she doesn't need a very complex design. Oh. It's okay. We can learn about paper boats together and why she likes paper boats. But yeah, it's not a complicated design, but it's a very effective design. It's cute, it's clean. Again, I love the idea that she is just the entire summer's day. The whole beach and the ocean is in her design. Okay? And her eyes, of course, very pretty. And I like how she's broken up the blue here so that her eyes stand out. If her hair was also blue, they would fade away. But because her hair is this beautiful summer golden, and the rest of the blues around here are typically much darker or in shorter supply, her eyes really stand out. And they're really pretty eyes. They're like the ocean eyes. Of course, she's dressed in like beachwear. It's very playful vibe, very cute. I like the fact that she is a catfish now. I think it adds another layer to a character that maybe she's not as nicely sweet, like she's a bit mischievous, like something about her is tricking you or pranking you. I like that she's added that. I don't watch her, but I've seen a few clips of her, and she seems fun. Lagging a bit. Yeah. This is a dangerous one. I'm gonna put that it looks good. I don't think I'm at jealousy vibes because it's not the style I would be jealous over, but she is very pretty. Alright, let's move on. We have 11 more to go. Number 5. And I'm gonna remove number 1 since that was my friend. So let's look at number 5. Oh, we got a bit of cat ears, some hair, skirt, and yep, I'm giving the name away. This is Filian, and she sort of shares something with Nero-sama in my opinion, in that her design doesn't need to be overly dramatic or heavy, because from what I know about her, she's a 3D model. She moves around a lot. She has a lot of fun and she moves around and she does flips and kicks and all of that. And she's very energetic. So if she had a design that was very complicated, she wouldn't be able to move around as much and you will lose that part of her. So it's a simple design. In the case of her, it allows for a lot of movement and freedom. And it's cute. It's cute and it evokes the cat design very well. I say that because I also know I've seen a few clips of her. I've seen a few clips of what she's like and she moves around a lot. She's very, very energetic. And I wish I could be that energetic, but I am not. Yeah. So of course you have the cat ears. You have the cat ears, and I think her personality really lends itself to the design of who she is. So the fact that she is moving around, sort of going around, doing flips and everything, is that not what a cat does? A cat goes around and they just do their own thing and it's really entertaining to watch them. And sometimes they just break stuff and you can't get mad because they're really cute when they're breaking stuff. So I like that she has the 2 bells up here as well. It lends to the idea that she's very energetic, the fact that they're on her head where they're likely to move a lot and jingle a lot. If the bells were, say, somewhere on her waist or something, I don't think you get that freedom of movement. I don't think you get the idea that it's as energetic. But the fact that on her head, where ideally it will move around a lot and make a lot of noise and fling around a lot, that makes sense for her character. Yes. Did she do that? Did she take laxatives on stream? I'll wait for a confirmation of that, but honestly, I feel like that a cat would do that just to be chaotic, just to cause you grief. I'm not sure why she's taken on the more traditional schoolgirl uniform. The one thing I'll say about her is that I like that she doesn't have the contrast in her legs, in the stockings. I think all of the designs we've seen where the has one unique looking stocking and one plain stocking, or one white stocking, one black stocking, they've been very pretty. But it's nice to go the opposite direction sometimes and just have like two normal plain stockings, because there's beauty in simplicity and there's grace in variety. So it's nice that she doesn't need that overly contrasted design. She's sort of saying like, what you see is what you get. You have a mischievous cat girl and she's gonna do a bunch of stuff. And the ears also kind of, sorry, not the ears, the hair strands, the fact that they're so long, kind of evoke like a cat's tail. And the fact that they split in two kind of makes me think of the Nekomata, which is a cat demon that often has two or more tails. So it's kind of like this mischievous demon that goes around and stirs up stuff, which I think is what she tries to invoke. And that's just because I know a bit about her, because I've seen some clips about her. It's overall a very cute design. We're going to rank her now. And I'm afraid I'm gonna do the same thing that I did with Nero-sama, because a personality isn't based on her design. It's based on the fact that she is very energetic and can move about freely as she wants. And I would like to watch more of her one day as well, because I think she's fun. Right now she's pixelated. Oops. So I'm gonna put her in the same category as Nero-sama, in that she's pretty, but there's not too much story about her right now. Or there's not much story that I think comes through in her design. I'm not sure why she opted for the sailor uniform. I would love to find out why at some point. Oops. Oh no, I deleted her. Alright. We've been going for 3 hours now. Sorry for how long it is. I hope you're having fun. 19. Okay, let's see who 19 is. I can't remember who are behind these numbers. Some of them have hues, but most of them don't, so I don't really know what I'm analyzing until I see it. Okay, you can kind of see this person has ears, collar, doesn't have feet, and I've given the name away, so I think this is when I was looking at it, it's somebody called, oh thank you Locus, it's somebody called Ekemi Nekomachi. And this was when I was looking up who are the top male VTubers, because there's not a lot of the top male VTubers in the top VTubers. And someone said he's the most subscribed one. He's an Indonesian. I might be misremembering. Maybe this is a completely different person to who I think it is. But I think he is an Indonesian VTuber. Yeah, you can go look him up. Apparently he's quite popular. I haven't seen any controversies yet. I shouldn't say yet. There are no controversies as of now. So go ahead and look at him if you like. I'm basically gonna promote all the VTubers I see today. But please do your research and look into their stuff before you decide to join their streams. So I couldn't find a full model of this person, but I think the half model is pretty good enough already. So of course he's typical cat boy. There is a playful vibe to him. And it's kind of a jokey vibe. There's a jokey vibe, and honestly he invokes a lot of tails, but without the tech knowledge. I think that's just because of his color scheme. Oh. Sorry, let me just rig around my chat. Yeah. So, very simplistic design again. I probably think he's one of the people whose personality probably shines through more than their design actually does. But like you said, the shirt is really fun. I mean, it works well, right? It's a fish, he's a cat boy, it's looking at you with his cold dead eyes. It tells you that this is probably just a very playful person who plays into the fact that he is a cat boy. He's just having fun with it. And it's very simply what you see is what you get. I do like that there are some other elements to it besides cat boy. Of course, you have the ears on top, but you also have the eyes. You don't often see this contrast of green and orange. I don't see it very often. Maybe you can tell me if there's more people to do green and orange as a contrast, but I don't think they're complementary colors. I could be wrong. I don't think they're contrasting. I think there's like a third one where they sort of just exist in a mid-tone away from one another. And yeah, you don't see orange and green very often. So it's quite unique that he does have this odd eye, which is also a thing in cats to have different eye colors. Yeah, he does give a Nickelodeon vibe. It's a very sort of playful, energetic, fun Nickelodeon vibe. The color of slime. It's interesting that he doesn't really have the green elsewhere on his body. He does have a bit of it over here in his sleeve, but it's not the same green color. And it's a very nice gradient that he has from purple to green. It's kind of almost a poisonous color, I would say. When you think of purples and greens together, you usually think of poisons, wouldn't you? Let me get the music back so it's not just me talking. Yeah, you usually would think of poison, right? When you look at these sort of purples and greens attached to one another. I'm not sure what it's doing. Maybe it is meant to be a little bit edgy because what he's wearing is essentially like a bit of a leather jacket. But it's kind of like a exaggerated leather jacket that makes it a bit funny. Like even the collar here is so oversized that it's a bit flamboyant. It almost looks like a collar you would put on a cat because of how round it is. And the fact that it's a half jacket. I think it's a half jacket. It looks like it stops here, or maybe it segments. I don't know. Maybe it's like mine. I have a half jacket. If I stand up a moment, you can see my half jacket. It's because I didn't have enough materials in the trash when I was making this. And it's a bit stained. But it's fine. We recycle here. We recycle everything. Even hopes and dreams. Yeah, so over the top gang jacket vibe. That's true, Scorpion. It's kind of like he's part of a gang, but it's a goofy, fun-loving gang, and he just has fun with it. I think that's what his vibe is. And I think it's just the orange color that reminds me of Tails. But also Tails was very snarky, I think, in the animated series. And that's why I think he's probably like. So let's rank him up. It's a simple design. I think there's a bit more story to it. So I'm gonna put him that it's unfair that he looks that good, because he does, and there's a bit of storytelling you can get through the design. So that's what I'm gonna put in. Right. And we're gonna go back to the wheel. We have lucky 8 more people. And Scorpion, yours hasn't come up yet, but I promise that it's in there somewhere. Number 14. Alright. Let's look at 14. And I'm going to erase it. We have a hand and hair. We have a pose. Some of you might know her already, especially with the bow. It is Kizu. I don't know how to pronounce this. It's either Kizuna or Kizuna. No, I think it is Kizuna. Kizuna AI? I think I've heard her name before, but that was before I found my box to communicate with all of you. So I don't know too much about her, but I've heard whispers of her on the wind, and I think she's still around, still doing her thing. But from what I know, she's also one of the older generation people. And I think you can kind of tell it was during the generation where people didn't know they could have like these many things dangling off their clothing and in their hair and everything. And it's refreshing to see, because why change a classic? So right off the bat, of course, it's a more simplistic design. It's very cute and girly, and it's very clean. It's very clean, simplistic, and I kind of get first generation pop idol from it. It's very sweet. We've been getting a few rounds of like, yeah, this is just cute, simple, good design. And I think that's what you get with Kizuna. Is it I or Kizuna AI? I don't know. I assume it's Kizuna I. I don't know if she's English speaking, but maybe you can inform me some later. So, of course, it's simplistic because you don't see a lot of frills and everything on it. The pose kind of gives it most of its silhouette, and of course, the bow on top is what I think really defines it. And it's a very girlish, sweet vibe. It's not super girly, but it's cute, girly pop, which is why I think she looks like an idol from like the first generation of idols when they were just coming out and they were figuring out their style. Because it is like very semi-athletic, semi-performance wear with the stockings, the skirt, even the sort of sailor uniform that she has, and the gloves especially. They sort of look like someone who's going up on stage about to sing a set of songs. Maybe she is a singer. I would think that's her story. And beautiful contrast of colors. White and pink are very complementary. You see the black here, but I don't think it's meant to be edgy because it's more added for breaking up the shapes of her colors, if that makes sense. Like having it at the edges of things sort of shows where they end with one another and defines it with a bit more shape. Or else if everything was fully white, it would be too much and the white would blend into the color of her skin. So that's why I think there's a bit of black, especially the bow on the front. It sort of breaks up where the stripe comes up into her chest area. And of course her hair is really pretty. It's just very long, very usual, very well styled hair that you would get out of like a pop idol. It's the long flowing, very sweet looking sort of hairstyle. And I think there's something to be said for just going simple and keeping it classic and keeping it clean. And yeah, she is an older generation, but that doesn't mean that she isn't still pretty and that her design is really good. And I can honestly say I like her design. I like it, and I'm gonna rank it. So I'm going to put her in It's Unfair That You Look So Good. Actually, no, I'm gonna put her, I'm extremely jealous. Because it's hard to get a design that just works. And I think part of it does come from the fact that she is a more classical VTuber, so probably there's a bit of presence to her. But I mean, that's just what a good VTuber can do to a design. Okay. Number 12. Let's say goodbye to Kizuna. Let's look at number 12. We've got another fox. This was one of our other people who submitted their models for analysis, their pictures for analysis, and we have Mixoyotoi is what I'm gonna say this is pronounced as. Mixoyotoi. And here's another very simple design. I think it's a good design and it's a good base to build up upon. Again, all in my own biased opinion. So just from the pose alone, we can tell this is a disciplined character. Maybe he's from the military or some kind of unit because he's in uniform. I think there's a small spark about him. And of course, a bit of a smart vibe because of the glasses. So what I'm gonna say is that his fox parts kind of don't come through as well. Yeah, it looks like a soldier fox. It feels like this is a world where there are different sorts of animals and he's one of the animals and he's a soldier. It doesn't feel like a world where what makes him unique is the fact that he's a fox soldier. What makes him unique is just the fact that he's a soldier of some kind. And I think animals are fairly common because he doesn't put too much emphasis on his fox parts. We have the tail, or the ears and the tail, of course, and they all look very nice. I like it when they make the ears really big because then we can see them really well, which is why you can see my horns really well. So yes, this is really the only thing that kind of sells the fact that he's a fox. Including the belt buckle, we see a tiny bit of a fox there. Maybe it's his own, but he seems to be quite disciplined given his pose, given how neat and clean his uniform is. I really like that they've contrasted the black with this very bright, vibrant red. The only thing is that I think it draws attention away from the fox ears just a little bit because it's such a much brighter red that you don't see the orange as well. But it's not bad, and you can see where there are like pops of color at the very top of his model and then towards the middle. The shoes, this is a suggestion to Mixoyotoi. If you're here, and just take this as friendly feedback, I think it would do really well if you added like a red to the bottom of your pants as well, just to break up the shape of the pants from the boots, so that we can see all the shoes, so that we can see that the shoes are a separate part. Because without the red, it all sorts of blends into one single shape and it's a bit harder to see. But it's done really well with the sleeve and with the collar and even with the waist. I just think that the pants also needs it, just so that we can see the shoes. But I mean, most of the time people aren't going to be looking at your feet, and if they do, make sure that they've asked permission first before you let them look at your feet. Okay, and classically, we have the two odd eyes. A bit rarer in foxes, I think. I want to know the story behind the eyes. I think that the most interesting part of the thing after the uniform is what causes him to have two different eyes. Was he born that way? Does he have some kind of magical thing associated with him? Does it get him a lot of looks? I assume this is a him. I'm sorry if it's not. It's my fault for assuming. I do like how the bright blue contrasts against everything else in this uniform. Because everything is so red and black and so aggressive, and the blue is so much calmer than everything else. I don't know if you want to see that in throughout more of the aesthetic, so that we have more hints that maybe something else is under the surface. But it's a good, simple design. And yeah, it's a good one. Not too much to say about it. Let me find you so I can properly rank you up. I'm gonna put that. I will put you in the middle, but I'm still thinking about the pants thing. And you don't need to fix it for me, of course not. It's your model. But if you ever want to fix it, or if you ever do, I will put you up a tier. That's my bribery. but it's a good model. I just want the pants thing to be fixed. Or not fixed, changed. Yeah, changed. Alright. Oops. Gotten too many tabs open now. Alright, let's keep moving on. We are nearly to the end. I'm gonna hope we can finish in like 20 minutes time. We've got number 23. Alright. This is a big one. I think some of you might already know who this one is. Yes, it is our very own Scorpion the Demon, who has been in the chat, I think, since nearly the start. And thank you so much for your comments, Scorpion the Demon. It really means a lot. Yes, so I'm just gonna go straight into what I think about this design. And of course, the first thing I think is sharp. Okay, sharp, samurai, of course, a lot of darkness. And it has a bit of the color scheme of, I think the Pokemon is called Giratina. I don't know if I don't think it's spelled that way. But it's a Pokemon of, I think, darkness and nightmares and evil. It might not be Giratina. I might be misremembering what Pokemon it is. But it has that vibe of it. And there's, of course, a bit of royalty to it. Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at this straight up, the thing that stands out the most is, besides the color scheme and all the spikes, is the samurai helmet. So, obviously, this is based off something like a samurai, maybe a shinobi. But you have elements like the wings and the tail. Maybe this is a kind of like a death god. I don't know. Maybe you are a death god. You are... Ooh, maybe you're evil. Or maybe you fight against evil people. So this is like a Batman design where you're scaring off evildoers and making sure that they stop doing their evil deeds. Like a superhero, but in the darkness. There are a lot of spikes on this design, which make it a very aggressive looking design in my opinion. There's just spikes everywhere. It's not somebody you want to hug at all. I will say, it's probably a critique of design, because Giratina also doesn't do this really well, I think. And the wings with the spikes. It's because it's shadow. Part of it is made of shadow, and another part of it is what you assume to be solid spikes. So the way the spikes come out of the wings is probably really hard to make it look like a physical thing you can touch, because it is darkness, it is shadow, and shadow doesn't have any form to it. But yeah, it looks a bit weird that the spikes come out when there's no real connection to the wings, but at the same time, I know these wings are just darkness, that dark energy that is coming out of your back. And I think besides the samurai and sort of Japanese vibe, there's a sense of royalty to him. Maybe that's why he's sort of like maybe the head of a clan or a anti-evil superhero sort of person. It's because of all the gold around him. It lends a sense that there's something royal about him, especially the gold on top of his head. It almost looks like a crown. So it's a sense that he's someone high up, that he's not just a random minion monster. Yeah, I agree. The perspective on the wing is really hard to do. I think this is really the best you could have done with it. I don't know how much more. I think if you wanted to do more of it, you probably have to go... I don't know what you would do with the wing, because it'd be really hard to do shadows. But yes. Yes, the gold on it lends to the sense that there's some power behind him. And of course, I do enjoy the red eyes. The fact that it's a fully red-eyed character, which you don't really see a lot. A lot of people want to have pupils in their eyes. They want to be able to do things like portray shock. I can't really do that. My eyes don't go up very far. In fact, let's see. I'm trying to do shocked. Surprise, or you want me to be able to look more clearly at other places? So most people opt to have eyes that have this white sclera in them. It's really fun to see somebody like you who has this just fully somewhat red eyes, just a little hint of a pupil in the middle of it, because it lends to the sense that they're not human. The head is basically a skull, so it's just arcane rather than physical. I see. Yeah, it lends to the sense that they're not a human, or that the part of the humanity in them is not there. Because when you have fully one-colored eyes, you get a more mythical sense. It's kind of like how Batman, in the animated series, his eyes are completely white. It's to lend to the idea that he's just this sinister force of justice in the city. Which is what I think you're going for. Or what I assume is happening. Yeah. And even if you didn't intend for it to be that way, it's nice that it ended up that way. Yeah. Yeah, this is a nice design. It wears its inspirations on its sleeve. You can very clearly tell what this design is about straight away. It's not hiding itself. It's not trying to be dual anything of itself. It's very straightforward, which I mean is the mark of a good design if you can tell what it is just from a glance. Don't lag. I'm gonna erase these. I'm going to rank you. I'm gonna put you in It's Unfair You Look That Good, because it's not a design I would choose for edgelord, because you can see I'm clearly not a shadowy darkness being. I'm a trash raccoon with horns. So it's not a design I would go for, but it's really a good looking design. I'm extremely jealous of you are the designs that I wish I had. But it's okay, we like being trash in this house. But yeah, good design. I hope you get more models that you can wear different clothing, or you can put him in different stuff, or you can put yourself in different stuff. Alright. Let's final push to the end. We have number 6. Let's see where number 6 is. You might already know who this is. And it's Pecora, which I think is also another big one. I mean, right off the bat, can we say bunny? Bunny girl. There's a bit of shyness to her in her design, I think because of the bunny outfit. There's also a playfulness. It is very winter themed as well. I think she's a snow bunny. So, I mean, right off the bat, the bunny motifs are really obvious. You can see it, the ears. I like that she has carrots interwoven into her outfit. It's kind of like saying maybe she snacks on them and she always needs a few on her in order to snack on them. Of course, you have less noticeable things like the bunny scarf. And of course, all the cotton balls that are just like dangling around on her, all the soft fluffy areas. And this soft fluffy white fur also evokes the idea that it's a wintertime costume. And it kind of gives a bit of a ice skater vibe because of the stockings. And like she's ice skating around the rink in a winter outfit. And the use of black, I think, works really well here to contrast against all the white. It shows you where her hands are, where her stockings are. If this thing were just fully white, you would not be able to see her legs as well. You'll not be able to see the design of the shoe as well. Even the area of her chest, there's a black V here that sort of tells you where it ends, and then this is the open skin space. Without it, you probably wouldn't be able to see the shape of her hands, her feet, even the top of her clothing as well. It's a very cute and sweet, but it's another simplistic design that just does what it is trying to say well. And of course, most bunnies, they have like the red eyes, which she naturally has. Red also contrasts a bit against the rest of her design. It's not a very sharp, piercing red, because I think that will make her lose the cuteness and make her look a bit more demonic. So it's just a soft, sweet red with the usual ears and everything. Oops. Of course, it's really cute that her hair braids into different colors as well. Her color scheme is blue and white. So, of course, it contrasts all the way. Or not contrasts, sorry, complements all the way. And it keeps the focus on everything, really. And of course, the carrots stand out because they're so warm colored against all the rest of her cool tones. It's almost like she gives you a carrot to warm you up against all the winterness that she carries. Okay. Let's rank Pecora. I think she's another design that, because of her personality, carries a lot of weight. And because she's so recognizable, and I really like her ears, I'm gonna put her here. $17. Alright, bye-bye. Let's look at 17. Oh, the short fellow. Okay, this was another fan. I call them fans. It was another personal submission from Ketcha. I'm gonna do this. Cat Tech AOM Mine. Cat Tech AOM Mine on YouTube. Oops. And this is a very fun one. It's very simple. It's a drawing, but I think it conveys a decent amount of things in it. There's a very beach vibe to it, because I assume this is like a sand bucket on the head, but it's turned over and there's a cutout with a crying face on it. And the blue sort of evokes the idea of waves, like the ocean. And it's very touristy. Yeah, you can see it looks simple on the surface, but there's a lot of things like the camera around his neck. Okay, the little cocktail glass he has. Even the glasses, I think they're supposed to be like shades on top of his head. So it looks like this is somebody who's on vacation. You can even see the shirt has kind of like a Hawaiian pattern on it. But something has gone wrong because they seem to be sad. So I want to know more about why he's sad and what happened to him on his vacation that he ended up this way. Hang on, I got to move this camera a little bit. Yeah, I want to know what happened to him on his vacation and if he's okay. So I'm gonna rank him as well. His story is really interesting. You know, you don't need a complicated design. I want to know what his story is. So I'm gonna put him. Here. Put them there, because I think that's a column where it's like a little bit of an interesting story. I don't know really much about it, but there's something going on with them. Please go check out Cat Tech on YouTube. I'm sorry I butchered your name. Number 8. We're in the home stretch. I'm still enjoying myself, but I'm not used to speaking for this long, so my voice is also it hurts a little bit. But I'm gonna push through. I want to get through this together. And I might go back and do another analysis of Necro Nival, because I feel like I was too panicked at the beginning of the stream. Okay, so this was by the Real Arctic 01. They haven't debuted yet, I think, is what they were saying. But they're gonna debut soon. I think they're gonna be on Twitch. Please check them out. Cause you never know, maybe they're gonna blow up and you can be one of the first few people to be there before they have hundreds and thousands of people. And it's a really nice model. It's a really nice clothing. It's a really nice appearance. Whoops. There we go. So let's just write down what we see first. My thoughts are Ice Dragon. Cold. But there's a soft side. And I think he's part of some kind of tech program where they're like making advanced tech soldiers. Oops. And the reason I say Ice Dragon is because of all of the icy colors that are in this. I mean, there is very icy blue streaks all around. I mean, especially in the arm. If you look at the arm, it looks like it's a special arm. There's some kind of power going on there with these blue crystals and the fact that it's ice white. And the rest of him has this sort of darker blue motif going on against the white, which sort of fades away as you get to the bottom. The bottom becomes very militaristic grey. And I almost say that he kind of gives a predator vibe, like a beast vibe. Like he's somebody who's dangerous, because you can see his jacket, the teeth of it are all very sharp. It's not a regular jacket, and everything about him is sleek and hard lines. It's all metal hard lines. Even the pouches are very square looking on him. So there's something about him that is a very militaristic, disciplined, maybe kind of cold and dangerous, kind of like a knife. He reminds me of a knife. And of course, his expression is very stern as well. He does have the big collar, but it is a bit downplayed compared to the rest of the design. And of course, you have the armor here. There seems to be a symbolism of moons as well, and we know the moon tends to control the tides. So there's a lot of symbols of moons on him. So it's like a nighttime knife sharp character. Yeah, it's very chrome. And all of that I enjoy is being contrasted by this little fellow. Just a polar bear in a scarf. I don't know if he is supposed to be a polar bear himself. It kind of makes sense given the ice motif. But I just enjoy the fact that he has little polar bear on his buckle. Maybe there's a story behind that. Maybe somebody gave it to him, or maybe he made it himself. It's a very cool design. I think there's a lot of story to be told, and I know because the Arctic hasn't debuted yet, we don't know it yet. But I hope that they expand more on this fellow and what he is. I'm kind of jealous that this is what they're gonna be happening with. They have such a good imagination. So yeah, I'm gonna rank him. And I said it before, I'm a little bit jealous that this is the design that they got. His clothing is really nice. Alright, we're nearly there. What's at 16? Oh, this was another submission by somebody. Koyaki. I don't know what platform they're on. I'm gonna speed through the last few little bit because I really want to get back and do the carnivals one, and also I'm losing my voice a little bit, so I'm just gonna try and say what I see. But it told me they're a big fan of Lauren Faust, who made My Little Pony, so of course it's a pony character. Interesting that they went with the blue color scheme again, and it's quite nice how they made the skin so much lighter in comparison to the rest of the hair and everything, so it's much easier to see. I would say maybe here is a bit hard because the colors are very dark on it, so you can't see like the shape of this jacket and the hooves. But there's a mysterious vibe about them. There's a magical vibe about them because of this bright cyan blue that is dotted throughout the outfit. Is this a crown maybe? It looks like a crown on it. There's this gem, and of course their eyes match the gem really well. And I think it's good that they're showing that there's a connection maybe between something that's inside of them and this crystal that's on them. I'm not sure about this one. I think it gives a little bit less significance because it seems like it's just a hair tie, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's something special. And of course, always a fan of the blue streaks in the hair. I do like that you see a bit of pattern as well in the collar. This plate pattern gives it, like we said before, it's a bit of a preppy vibe, a bit of a smart affluent vibe, I would say. And maybe that's what they're going for, especially with the glasses, to make somebody look more studious. Yeah, I think it's a, oh yeah, it is a tail. It's a tail tie, I think. So it breaks up the usual shape of the tail. And I think it does add to the character that she has the detail orientatedness to do this to the tail so it doesn't just flow freely. So that it's all a bit more controlled. I would say maybe do the same to the hair if you really wanted to push the idea of a character that is more neat and tidy, but it's a beautiful hairstyle that flows down. So that's what I'm gonna say about Koyaki. Please go check them out whenever they do something. I don't know where they are. They didn't give me enough information. I'm gonna put it in this here. Because I think you could push it a little bit more. It's very pretty. I think you could give it even more story. $26. Oh, this is a special one. Alright. This is shameless advertising for another creator I really like. If you don't know, Product makes short horror videos which are quite funny, but also really invoke a good sense of horror. And one of the characters in her stories is called Mother, and she's voiced by the lovely Momova. And I just wanted to talk about her a bit because she does use some of the tools that people use when they make these sort of things. And I want to advertise for them because they recently got a Patreon, and I think they deserve support. You should go and watch their videos if you haven't seen their videos before. So please go and support Product on YouTube. But about Mother herself, she's a straightforward character. I don't have a full model, but she changes clothes quite often. One thing about her is she always has this sort of 90s aesthetic housewife vibe with the bob. Her clothing changes very frequently, but they always stay within the same style, like traditional 90s housewife. Like in the moment where they were starting to be more open and out there and sassy, but they still hadn't quite left the traditional values of housemaking. Or homemaking, I should say. They don't bake the houses. There was one comment that always stuck with me about Mother, is that her eyes are always sort of deep and sad, and they always look tired. And it's quite good storytelling that I can't convey through a picture, so I hope you would check out Product on YouTube and look at them more and their work. Yeah, that's my little plug. I want to support the people who make me happy with their entertainment. So again, horrible bias. Terrible bias. It's not an objective ranking system whatsoever. Okay. And I think we only have one. We have 12. Before we go to the final one, I did say I wanted to revisit Necronival because I feel like I didn't do them justice enough when I started talking about the designs. So I'm gonna go back to them and finish them up before I move on to the rest. If I can find them again. See. And for the silence, I'm just looking through my list again to remember which number they're at. $15? Nope. Oh no, I didn't delete them, did I? Hope I didn't. Oh, I might have accidentally deleted them. That's okay. I'm just gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up a picture of them from online, and we'll go from there. Can't find the full model again. Where did it go? Oh wait, now I remember. I screen grabbed that model because they didn't have the full one online. It's okay. I will find them because I'm stubborn and I refuse to let it rest. Yep. It's showing up. Showing up here. Yeah, I wanted to come back to him because he's one of the VTubers I'm starting to like watching, and I wanna do him justice with a proper design analysis. Because I felt like we only got into it after his design. So for him, of course, there's an ugly cute. And I mean this in the best way possible. He's not ugly, he's cute. But he's ugly cute. And there's gore. There's pastel gore. And of course, zombie vibes. Zombie vibes are real. And of course, I really like that he goes out of the mold of what a typical person looks like. I mean, he's a zombie, but it's a very unique model. That's all I can say. It's so unique. I'm gonna spell unique wrong. Okay, so where do I start? With Necroneville. So I talked a lot about it before. How he contrasts things like the cute and the ugly together, or things that will traditionally be considered scary and ugly next to each other. So everywhere that he has something that is cute and visually pleasing, he has something else that will make you pause. So for example, the rabbit ears are really cute. He has these rabbit ears that look really cute, but in the corner of them you see this eyeball and what looks like a brain to be stapled. The heart, of course, has a preview of his spine inside, and his heart is actually missing. The cute bows, they have little eyeballs inside. Even things like the stockings, even though they don't have anything gory on them, they are ripped in different places. And they have this little skeletal thing that's on them. So all of this serve to remind you that despite his cuteness, he's still a zombie. He's still an undead creature of the night, ready to haunt your dreams and probably haunt your daytime as well, based on what I've seen of him. And of course, the mouth has a little bit of how do you say it? A little dribble, like when somebody is hungry. Because he's a zombie, he wants to eat your brains. Whoops. He wants to eat your brains, and maybe more than that. We don't know. But overall, it's all very cute, despite the fact that he is a zombie. Everything is really soft and sweet. Like even these skeletal parts of him, even things like this tail, which I think it makes him a hybrid because... Oh no, bunnies do have really long tails. Yeah, so bunnies have really long tails when you pull them out. I don't know if they have bones in them, but it makes sense that he would have a really long tail as a rabbit. And all parts of him are stitched together, which I really enjoy. The fact that so much of him is just makeshift. And maybe that tells you that he was really clumsy, or he was a very risk-taking performer in the carnival. So of course he'd be stitched together because he falls apart quite often doing all crazy, zany stuff. And again, all of this is contrasted by how like soft everything looks around him, like these soft pillows and the ruffles. They lend idea to the fact that he's a very cute, soft creature, but he's also a dangerous undead zombie that's ready to bite at any moment. It's pastel gore, and you don't see a lot of it around, which is why I really like him, and I think he's very unique. And I hope more people get to see him, and more people get to look. I think he's gotten quite a lot of followers already. A lot of people like him already, but I hope he succeeds more. And the colors as well are really good. The fact that they invoke carnival vibe, right? It's cotton candy, air on top, night sky, mystery magician colors, and then just soft pastel blues like a daydream you have at the carnival. That's all I have to say. I still rank him as quite high. Alright, let's go to the final number, and just for fanfare, let's spin for it. I wonder what it'll be. Yeah, it's number 12. Alright, our final person. Final pretty person of the day. Oh wait, we've already done number 12. Did I put 12 in twice? Yeah, we already done number 12. It was McToyzoy. Is there somebody that I missed? Or did we do everybody and I'm just really bad at counting? Let me just look through this and make sure I didn't miss anybody, because I'd feel really bad if I put them on the list. And most of these people will never know that they're on the list. But I'll feel bad if they were on the list and we didn't talk about them. Yeah, we did that. No, I think we did everybody. It's my fault. I'm very bad at counting. Apparently we did do everybody. Maybe I put 12 on there twice. But yeah, everybody's here. Everybody's here. It's a weird way to end it, saying that I'm sorry I miscounted. Gonna be biased again and end it on my friend, because this is my channel. It's my magical box past the apocalypse. So I'm gonna do what I wanna do. I'm sorry. I'm gonna... Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna end it on my friend. Please follow her. She's a really good streamer. And thank you so much for those who have stayed all the way to the end. I didn't expect to go for 4 hours today on my debut. Yeah, thank you so much for staying around. I'm so sorry about the technical stuff. I'm still learning it. The wires in the apocalypse have been chewed up by all sorts of creatures, and my alpaca keeps running off of his wheel. So my stuff keeps freezing because he refuses to stay on the wheel. But I hope to have more for you soon. I'll probably do more art streams, and I think I'll probably continue doing it every Saturday at this timing, but I'm still working that out. But thank you so much. It means a lot. It really does. And hope to see you on the other side. This is Tene signing off. Bye bye everyone. If I can find the button to turn it off. Yep. There we go. Bye-bye, everybody. I'll keep this up a little bit more. Please follow me on any socials. And Penny out. Bye-bye.